Hello there. What if you could sit in a room with dozens of experts on money, investing, entrepreneurship, philanthropy, and even collecting, and hear their best money stories in just a few minutes each? That is exactly what we're doing today. Welcome to this very special episode of Inspired Money Live, where we're celebrating 100 episodes with a 4-hour reunion live stream featuring 50 past guests who have shaped this series. Over the course of this show, you'll hear money lessons, mistakes, surprising purchases, investing insights, and a few entertaining stories from some of the smartest voices we've had on the program. But first, just a little bit of context. This series started with a simple idea. Do something that scares you every day. Podcasting can be a little scary, but it's usually pre-recorded. You can edit things. You can fix mistakes. If you really want to get scared, try going live every week. Every episode of Inspired Money Live has been a live broadcast. That means dealing with technical hiccups, last-minute guest changes, cameras not cooperating. That happened just 5 minutes ago. Internet issues, the whole thing. It's been terrifyingly awesome. And honestly, it's also been one of the most rewarding things that I've ever done, because every episode featured 3 or 4 experts, which meant that every week I got to learn alongside all of you. We explored the foundations of personal finance, investing, budgeting, credit scores, building wealth. We talked about the power of generosity and giving, and how meaningful giving does not require enormous wealth. And we also explored topics that I knew almost nothing about when this series started. Things like wine pairing and wine collecting, watches, art investing, and classic cars. It was just about a year ago, it was last spring. I even had the chance to visit the Peterson Automotive Museum in LA, and walking around their famous vault with my wife and 3 kids surrounded by incredible classic cars was an absolute blast. What all of these conversations reinforced is something simple but powerful. Money is a tool, it's not the goal. It's a tool that helps us build meaningful lives, support the people we care about, and create positive impact in the world. So today we're going to bring the community back together. Over the next 4 hours, you'll hear from 50 guests from around the world, investors, economists, entrepreneurs, authors, philanthropists, and creators, each sharing insights, stories, and lessons that can help all of us to make more, give more, and live more. So settle in. This is the Inspired Money 100 episode celebration. Let's bring in our first group of guests. All right, I see Gary, I see Mariko, and I see David Stein and Claire Wasserman. Oh, wow, we're bringing everybody in. Okay. So many surprises on this live stream. We don't know how this is gonna go, and I need to embrace that all day today, or at least for the next 4 hours. So, welcome all of you guys. Thank you for being a part of Inspired Money over the last 100 episodes. So good to see you once again. Let's start with this question. When you look back at the start of your career, was there a moment that changed how you thought about your own value and your earnings potential? Let's start with Gary. Is Gary there? Yeah, Gary's there.
I'm here. I'm here, Andy. Thanks so much, and congratulations on 100 episodes. I always enjoy our conversations, and you always get amazing other guests. Great to be on with them. I think you're asking a really interesting question, and if you don't mind, I'm actually going to restructure it. Instead of thinking about the value that I had or that I was going to receive, I really just thought a lot about learning my craft. And so my first job on the buy side was working for Doug Hirsch and Kiva Connor in the risk arbitrage department at Smith Newcourt. And when I got there, Kiva gave me a model that could be used to calculate arbitrage returns. Now, Kiva's a good investor, and I'm 100% certain there were no mistakes in that model. And I still stayed late, a couple of nights to rebuild it from scratch. And the reason was it wasn't my model. I needed to understand it. I had to understand every cell, every calculation. And then when it was done, I built another module on it to figure out where to hedge a deal, where there'd be the least volatility and the most certainty of a particular return or getting the return we were looking for and that we, modeled the risk for. And then, when that was done, I built macros to make it faster so I could do the calculations much more quickly. And so I wasn't really thinking a whole lot about, what value I was going to receive, what I was worth. I really just spent my time thinking, I'm a junior guy. I need to learn my craft. I need to own this work. I need to understand it. And the goal was, eventually to turn myself into a first-rate stock picker and then a portfolio manager and then somebody who could run a firm. But it starts by literally just building your own models and focusing on the work every single day to show up and get it done. And that's really what I was thinking about.
So working on your craft. I love it. Mariko, how about you?
Well, I was so completely clueless that I would say the moment of realizing strategic worthiness came kind of late in life and in a career. So I'll share that insight. I wish it had happened earlier. So the thing is to think about, the power of compounding, and we're all, if we're in planet finance in any way, we really believe that, time is your friend, and the compounding of small incremental returns matters a lot. And so, which is why your base salary matters a lot, because it has a lot of implications for how much you could put, stash away in your 401k. And it's the base of which your career trajectory and your salary gets based on. But for me, it was even more dramatic. I had my own institutional money management firm. And early on, you just want to get those first investors. And we had a charity, a pension that was a religious organization. And so they're like, okay, it's going to be a big account. And so sharpen your pencils. And so, we did to be competitive. And we came back and with our bid. This is after like a long vetting process and everything, right? They'd already decided on us. This was just about fees. Again, strategic. They had already invested a lot in us. This was just about fees. So we fall on our fee sword, and they come back and say, and we want to add the 10% eleemosynary discount to that. And we were such girls, my partner and I were, but, we're like, okay, 25 years later of compounding way below market fees for active stock picking and a concentrated portfolio with great returns, right? Really taught me a lesson about, not selling yourself. You have to sell your honor dear along the way. But it's really, pricing is key, whether it's you in your job and your salary negotiations, or you in business and pricing. Don't underestimate the power or the harm that compounding, starting from an undervalued position, can be. So it's important to spend that time up front really thinking about that and pricing yourself right at the beginning, because it's very hard to make it up at the end.
Getting started early counts for a lot. Getting started early at the right rate, equally important. Claire, what say you? Ladies get paid. I think that you know something about this subject.
Yes. I think the pivotal moment early on in my career that changed the way that I saw my value and how I could monetize it was when I came home from a networking event, and a friend of mine said, Claire, what you did in that room, people will pay for that. And I had to ask, well, what did I do? Because here's the thing, we're all too close to ourselves. And what I think she was talking about was my ability to connect with people and my ability to connect others. And what she got me to see was that I had an innate superpower, that if I interrogated it, so not just how could I use it, but maybe it could be a North Star. Maybe I could look for companies whose mission was to connect others. There was so much richness in that experience. But because it came easily to me, I took it for granted. I think a lot of us often feel like if it's not hard, it's not work. Untrue. So this is kind of the formula I give my coaching clients. Take the thing that brings you energy. So something that when you are in a flow state, the skills, strengths, experiences that you're using, it's almost like time doesn't exist. Look at that and then ask, how does this benefit someone else? And would they be willing to pay me for it? So there's kind of a two-part equation here where you do start with your own value, but you always have to then sort of filter it through how someone else is receiving it, right? Like, is this a benefit to them, and will they give you their credit card for it?
Awesome. Well, thank you, Gary, Mariko, and Claire. Thanks for being part of this whirlwind. I want to talk to you a lot more, but I'm going to have to save that for another time.
Yeah.
I will see you guys again soon.
All right.
Thanks, Andy.
Thank you. We're going to bring in our next group. We're talking about the psychology of money. So I have to look at my bigger screen. We've got Talia Miron-Shatz. We have David Stein, Chris Mamula. Anybody else? I'm noticing that my screen is not big enough, so I have to scroll to see who's in there. But welcome, guys. People often think about financial peace of mind they think about a certain number. Like, there's this target, and then I'm going to hit that, and I got there. But it's more of a mindset. Do you think this is more of a mindset or a skill? And what helps people to feel calmer about money? David, you want to kick us off?
Well, I think certainly knowledge does. And it's something that we've always, taught is just and actually doing it. I mean, when it comes to money, it's very intimidating. And so we actually, one of the things I admire about what you're doing, Andy, is you're doing it live, you're doing it real, you're actually doing it, and you're in there doing the trenches. And the same thing with money. It comes with practice, it comes with buying something and realizing you overpaid, it comes with investing and it not working out. And the idea is just to keep the mistakes small, but just by working with it, seeking knowledge, and actually getting your hands wet, that can help one feel more confident over time.
Thank you for that. Talia, what are your thoughts?
I think sadly, oftentimes people feel calm just because of what David said, that it requires knowledge and thought and decision-making, and they just walk away. They achieve calmness, if they're lucky, by saving, by making the right decisions, but otherwise they achieve calmness by just pretending. There are no concerns, and I can talk about it in the context of health. I can talk about it in the context of saving. And in any context, it is always the wrong choice to attain this false sense of calm by avoiding making decisions, and sometimes hard ones.
Yeah, we especially see that during times of market turbulence where people don't want to open up their statement. I mean, the phrase ignorance is bliss. Maybe temporarily, but when you bury your head in the sand and ignore your finances, really bad things happen. Sonia, you teach a lot of advisors. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, first of all, I love what you're doing with this rapid fire of questions. And I like the two folks who already gave their opinion. And I like the idea of thinking about what is the meaning of psychology. This segment is called Psychology of Money. I might extend it a bit to Psychology of Financial Planning. And thinking about how a person thinks about money is what we're talking about here. And that's not in isolation. It's really that systemic influence of how other people that you're talking to about money are influencing your decisions. So whether that be your financial advisor or your people in your own household or the family you grew up in. And if you have evolved past that stage or have changed from that family that you grew up with, how is that influencing how you think and behave around money?
Chris, you're an early retiree. You've chosen FI. You're living it. You have experience. So is this more about mindset or skill?
I would say maybe it's a skill to develop the mindset. I think most people are worried, like, do I have enough? And it's always like, how much is enough is a little bit more than I have. So I think it's important to understand realistic expectations. And there's actually a quote that jumps out from David's book. And he talks about, when you look at the worst case scenarios, it wasn't the worst case when it happened, something else was the worst case, and then it was replaced by this when it happened. So you do have to be cognizant of that. But I do think then sometimes people get so caught up in worrying about the worst case scenarios that they can't enjoy the fact that most of the time it's not going to be the worst case scenario. And if it is the worst case scenario, the things that are going to help you is not maybe having more gold or like, canned food in your basement or whatever people do because they're worried, but developing the skills that got you to that point in the first place, like having relationships, having skills that add value to other people's lives. So I really think that's where people kind of should maybe work on developing that skill of developing the mindset.
Chris, we're going to do a rapid fire. What's the best money decision you ever made?
Just to start saving, even though I had no idea what I was doing at the time, just to start.
How about you, Chris? How about you, David?
Start young. I started businesses when I was 12 and failed at pretty much all of them for many years. But just realizing you try it and you learn, you keep iterating. So money lesson is just keep iterating and you'll get better. And
Dr. Talia?
Mine was marrying my husband, not because he's rich, but because we both have the same money mindset. And that helps a lot in terms of our goals and our savings and our ability to adhere to our goals. Likewise with medical decision-making for both of us, or health decision-making, not to save money, that's another issue, but to eat healthy, to exercise when we need to take meds, to take them, not to drink, not to smoke, etc. And this is the equivalent of saving. Actually, it saves your body. It helps you achieve that desired retirement early or not in good shape. And it also prevents you from having to spend a lot of money on medical issues. So kudos to my husband.
Having a good spouse can really carry you far. And that one's a complicated one because I know that for me, like, I'm a saver. I don't like to spend. My wife is the spender. And I think that then we meet somewhere in the middle. But I would say that we also share a lot of the same values, even though our attitude to money can be different, or I guess attitude towards spending can be different. But yeah, I think that we sort of average each other out so that it's something more moderate. And that's a win for both of us. How about you, Dr. Sonia?
Yeah, we should definitely come back to the love and money conversation at some point. But my advice for the best money decision is to follow your passion, not the money. And there's a lot of research to support that this is the best thing for you. If you look at Gallup's research, they talk about career well-being, or how you spend your day, and not necessarily your job, but just enjoying what you do every day is the most important, most impactful contributor to your overall wellness. So find something that you like to do and spend your time doing that. Going back to the psychology of financial planning, figuring out what's most important to you at the core. So taking a values assessment and following that and using that as your guidepost.
Love it. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Talia, David, Chris. So great to see all of you. And we're going to move on to some practical money advice. Let's bring in our next couple of guests. I have to see who's here. You guys are here. We have Kate Harrell and we have Steve Stewart. Steve, extra credit for getting here almost before me, I think.
Well, I needed to hear the ukulele music.
Right on, right on. Well, we have Steve, who is podcast editor for Stacking Benjamins and many of the top financial podcasts. Kate Harrell is a military finance expert. I want to ask you guys, there are so many financial apps and strategies today. We live in a world where information kind of comes too easily. So what's one simple, maybe boring money habit that still makes the biggest difference?
Do you want to go, Steve?
No, you first, Kate.
Okay. Again, it is very, very boring, but start early, but make it simple, right? When my husband and I were very first married and very, very broke, we started putting $50 a paycheck aside, and we made it automated. It came, payday came on the first, money went back out on the first, and that really was the kernel that started our whole journey.
So start saving. Don't overthink it.
Don't overthink it.
How about you, Steve?
Well, I have a motto, and you said practical advice, so I'm going to stick with that. And it's simple. It's not easy, but it's simple. And the motto is simply to pay attention, not interest. When you're paying attention to what you're doing with money, you're going to do better with money. If you pay attention to what you're doing with your career, you're going to do better in your career. You're going to pay attention to what you're doing in your relationship, you're going to do better with your relationship. But if you pay attention with your money, you're going to maximize returns, paying interest, gaining interest, making your money go farther, and spending money on things that you care about more than the things you probably shouldn't be spending money on.
Yeah. Make sure that you pay attention to your priorities and that your money is going towards things that actually count. Steve, we had a lot of fun because you were on a panel episode talking about the gig economy. I also want to point, even going further back, our one-on-one together where you talked about not having a credit score. That has a following, that episode. You still have no credit score?
Good. Actually, I have a story for that, if you wouldn't mind giving me 2 minutes.
Absolutely.
So I in 2007, decided get out of debt, cut up all the credit cards, haven't had a credit card since. We're talking 2007. 2015, we paid off the mortgage for our St. Louis home. In about 2019, we decided we wanted to move out to a little town in Colorado, middle of nowhere. Nobody knows it, but it's just paradise. My wife quit her day job in 2021. This is before we got to move to Colorado. We are a sole income household, self-employed income. So you know how banks love that. And we weren't going to sell our St. Louis home until we bought and moved into the Colorado home. That required a mortgage, unfortunately, and a big honking mortgage. So all this stuff that I had been preaching and teaching about for years about you don't need to worry about your credit score as long as you pay your debts and your bills on time. I didn't even have any debts, so I didn't have a credit score. Well, in 2024, we found the house. 3 weeks later, we're in it doing the inspection, and not even a month after that, we're getting the mortgage for this big honking mortgage with no credit score, no credit cards, nothing, no debts or anything like that. And it was all because of these other ways of becoming credit worthy, which we don't need to go into, but that proved the fact that I didn't have to pay attention to this credit score thing. I could pay attention to more important things, which is life, love, family, and finances.
Love it. Jason Vidig, welcome. What's one simple, maybe even boring money habit that still makes the biggest difference?
Is that question for me?
Yeah, that question's for you.
So right at it. So one of I think the most boring money habit is really just set it and forget it. Automating your finances as much as possible. Automating the savings, direct deposits, automatic transfers. I think to many people that's a boring little tedious work, but it really does set you up perfectly for kind of freeing up your time. I think that's kind of one of my best advice. I follow through with it. It's the one thing that I recommend everyone doing. Take the time to automate as much of your finances as possible so you can spend your time doing other things that are a bit more joyful.
It's a good theme of this segment to start early, to not overthink things, and to automate, because then you won't get distracted. I love set it and forget it. We're going to do a quick lightning round. Steve, what's the best money decision you've ever made?
Oh, I'm going to echo what was said earlier. I married my wife. Accountability is a real thing. Accountability to yourself is harder when it's just yourself, but when you've got a partner in life like that, I can't be buying as much Mountain Dew and potato chips as I used to. Actually, back in the day, it was records. Records and CDs. Andy, you get that, right? Yeah.
I saw you sold your record collection.
Yeah. When we knew that we were going to be moving to Colorado, I'm like, where am I going to put all this stuff? Do I really want to, haul a ton, a literal 2,000 pounds of vinyl records and CDs? I digitized a bunch of it and I sold it.
Kudos
Scary,
to you.
but I loved it. Thank you.
Our priorities changed. Kate,
yes.
What are your thoughts?
Well, I was going to say marrying my husband, but that seems to be such a theme that I'm going to take it a little bit further and say making the effort to make our financial goals joint has been absolutely critical in accomplishing them. Like Steve said, accountability to your spouse, but knowing that we're both working towards the same thing. And over the course of our lifetime, obviously, the goals change because you meet one of them and then you need to make a new one. Otherwise, you start floundering, as happens sometimes. But being on board with my spouse, not just having the right one, but us working together.
And Jason?
Yeah, I think I'm going to echo everyone's point here, accountability. And whether it's an accountability to your partner, to your spouse, accountability to yourself, I think just having someone, whether you're working with a professional, an advisor, a consultant, a coach, having someone help you through the financial aspects to make you accountable towards your goals, I think it is also a game changer. So it shouldn't be an excuse for those who aren't partnered or married not to have an accountability partner. That's what I'm getting at. You can find one.
I'm very impressed with this, financial literate group of guests we've had so far. Everybody is marrying well.
Or living singly well.
Yes. Yeah. There's no one way to do it.
Just got out early, right? But it wasn't going well.
How about a big money mistake that you've made? Steve?
After 9/11, I was going to show those terrorists that we love America, and we bought single stocks, and I had no clue what I was doing back then. Didn't even realize there was like a $9 a month fee for these accounts with really small amounts. And then to get the stock certificate, remember stock certificates? There were actual stock certificates back then. It'd be like $75, and that would get me away from having this online account thing. Again, this is 2001. It was just a costly mistake. The stock did well over time, but that's not really the point. I didn't know what I was doing, and I jumped into it, and I shouldn't have.
How about you, Kate?
Well, I was going to say all of my college years, but probably in practicality, we came into a lump sum of money pretty early in our marriage that we decided that the most important thing to do was to fill out our crystal and our silver patterns, which has not turned out to be a very good investment.
Yeah, for me, it is tapping into my 401k. So when I was employed at a 401k, put money into it just like as any good employee does, right? Put money into a 401k. But then when I left the job, I didn't connect the fact that I should have just left it there or transferred it. So I tapped into it, paid the taxes, paid the fees. And so that is a pretty big mistake because I think a few months ago, I did the math on how much that $20,000, $30,000 15 years ago would be worth today. So definitely like set it, forget it, don't touch it, do all the transfers, but don't use it to spend mindlessly. That's what I did.
That's a pretty common one too, right? I mean, a lot of people, they move jobs and they think that I can tap it, or they think that they have to take it out. Yeah,
I've noticed that most people's questions when they're transitioning from one job to the other is that what happens to my 401k? And so the advice that they get from friends, sadly enough, is like, oh yeah, you can use it to live your life. You can use it to pay down debt. You can use X, Y, and Z. And that's a prevailing myth and the prevailing advice from those who aren't as financially knowledgeable.
Stephanie O'Connell, welcome.
Hi.
I don't know if we are, I think we're transitioning to the next segment. I'm a little confused, and that is the reality of doing a live stream. So I am going to thank Steve and Kate and Jason for dropping in. Jason, especially for making it at the last minute.
Yeah.
You're the last one to have joined signing up. So thank you all for coming in. We're going to move on to Stephanie, who last time she was here, she was with her child. Where's the baby?
Oh my gosh, that's right. I think our podcast recording was the first one I committed to after having my baby, and I still didn't have childcare. But right now, she's at daycare. And talk about the best money spent, right?
Outsourcing? The power of outsourcing?
Outsourcing, reclaiming my career. But yes, it's certainly been a bit of a journey since we chatted.
Kudos to you for signing up to be a guest, having the baby who you knew could possibly be crying at any moment. And of course, I think the baby was fine until we went live.
Yeah, always. That's how.
And then you just had the baby on your lap, and the baby was great on the show.
we're getting her set up for her own podcasting career early, right?
She's
yeah.
You have a background in broadcasting and
Yes,
being on
you would like
camera,
that.
so no surprise that the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Right? It relates to our money behaviors too, right?
Yeah, so let's talk about that. Let's talk about investing psychology. Why do investors feel the need to constantly do something when patience is usually the most profitable strategy?
You know, I think a lot of this depends on the kind of investor you are. And I think the kind of investor you are is a lot about how you set up your built environment. So I will say that I do not have notifications or pop-ups come up on my phone for just about anything. And that is a design, a lifestyle design that actually informs the kind of investor I am or can be, because I'm not constantly being bombarded with some kind of notification about a stock price or a huge drop. And this is not to say that I am uninformed, but there is a difference between engaging in your finances in a proactive way, in a mindful way, in a grounded way that aligns with your long-term strategy versus being in a defensive position where you are constantly set up to respond to the short-term volatility and ups and downs of the market and this kind of news cycle that we're constantly struggling to process and put into words, as I am right now, right? And I think if we can design our lives a little bit differently and set ourselves up for aligning with these long-term strategies and our long-term values, and even figuring out how does that look like in the settings on my smartphone, that's a way to kind of keep the temptation of that short-term volatility and the desire to respond to what's coming in at bay.
I need you to help me with my phone notifications. I am not doing things right. I know that much. I'm addicted to that dopamine. I have problems. Steve, what's your thought here? Why do we feel like the need to do something constantly? Should we?
Gosh, isn't there always something to do? I mean, I just look at what my wife does around here. She's always trying to find something to clean or fix. It's just amazing how much maintenance we spend our life on here. There's always more. There's always more, and there's always better. People think there's always better. I think it takes a lot just to get away from. It's just like the people who are super savers. You know, they save all their lives, and then when it comes time to retire, it's hard for them to spend the money. There's always something that we can be doing to reach that next goal. We just don't know what the future holds.
Kate, in the military, you're really trained on how to take orders. I think that maybe the longer you're there, you also learn a lot of leadership. But the ability to take orders, follow instructions, does that benefit or does that hurt somebody when it comes to managing their finances?
That's a really good question. I think, so my experience, right, as a spouse has been a little less training, but you become very reliant on the wisdom of your superiors. And one of the classes I teach is why military leadership should stay out of the financial education, because it's not their area of expertise. And so they shouldn't be giving opinions or advice. They should be referring people to the resources that have these skills and the experience that they actually need. So I think it goes both ways. Also, anytime you're in an environment in which questioning people, you know, whether this is in your work environment or your home life, if you grew up in a family where questions weren't allowed, that's going to make it harder for you into the future to be critical and to ask questions about what's going on.
And that is excellent advice. I was just distracted because I was looking at the schedule. I wasn't sure what was coming up next. Stephanie, what are you working on right now? I feel I've been out of touch with you.
Well, you know, I have been writing a book for about the last 3 years full time. But before that, I was researching and preparing a book. And I did this through the process of pregnancy and postpartum. So my timeline was a little bit long, but it's coming out in May. So I'm going to be shamelessly self-promotional and share that I wrote a book called The Ambition Penalty: How Corporate Culture Tells Women to Step Up and Then Pushes Them Down. And what I was really leaning into was a lot of the myths and misconceptions I had been covering when it came to women in work and women in money, and these ideas that, you know, women are just natural overspenders, or they're not interested in building wealth, or they have a confidence problem. And what I learned through writing about money and reporting on personal finance actually was that there wasn't an issue of confidence or desire or ability. There was an issue of different kinds of roadblocks that women are facing in the process of trying to act on those desires and trying to implement their ambitions, whether it was being questioned constantly about their skills and their competence by a spouse and therefore not being trusted to manage the household income and investment decisions, or in the workplace when they negotiated their salaries and their employers were more likely to retaliate against them instead of rewarding them. And so this book kind of came up as a way of kind of shifting our framework for how we think and talk about women's capacity to build their careers and their wealth, so that we're not talking about, you know, fixing women, but fixing the systems that subject them to these different kinds of responses for implementing the same best practices.
What a great topic. And I say that because I have two daughters that I'm going to try to get them to read your book.
Appreciate that.
It's such a complex topic.
Yeah.
I don't know. As one is navigating that, how important is it to be finding and aligning yourself with advocates who can help you?
I mean, this is true for everybody across identity. I think it's so important that you have a framework for not just understanding best practices writ large, but also understanding, well, how does the experience of implementing those steps differ depending on, you know, who you are, where you live, what kind of environment you're in. Because even my experience as a woman, as a mother of a toddler living in New York City, and my capacity to build my career and my wealth is going to be different from another woman without children in a different part, in a rural area, you know, who's single. You know, I think it's really important that we have mentors and leaders who can not just speak to what is the best thing to do, but to be able to speak to the intricacies of the experience of actually doing it. And how does that differ depending on where we are as the people doing it?
My daughter, who is going to be graduating from high school this year, going to college next year, she's a Boy Scout and became an Eagle Scout. And in that process of going to scout camp where she rafted in West Virginia, she's, you know, very early on learned as a woman how frequently people underestimate you. Mm-hmm. And, you know, I've told her, I said, that's a terrible thing to experience, but it's also a powerful life lesson, because you're going to be underestimated so many times in your life, and you're learning how to manage that and navigate that, because, you know, it's complicated. And I love seeing her and her fellow all-female troop, how they're learning to deal with that and how to handle it well. I want to ask you the last lightning round question, Stephanie. Mm-hmm. Sure. What's the best money decision you ever made?
Oh, this might be a little bit controversial, but I am so glad that I saved up a 6-figure emergency fund, because I have always had fluctuating income my whole career. And so when I went through a dry period and had a baby and took on a 3-year book writing project, that money was really there for me when I needed it. So, you know, if you face volatility in your life, and most of us are these days, it's nice to have saved up a lot when you are flush.
Steve, you got any follow-up? You already answered this question.
Well, how can you beat that? I mean, come on, you make me follow that. That emergency fund, boy, I'll tell you, that's an important thing, and you just never know. You never
Yeah.
know what the future is going to hold. I think I said that earlier, so now I'm just circling the wagons here. The same thing.
And we always hear emergency fund, and you think about, oh, I have to fix the car. But I think Stephanie's experience goes to show it's part of like a chess game. Like when you have that emergency fund, it allows you to make moves, right, that are proactive and that will help your career.
Yeah, and if I could add one thing to that, when you've got the resources in the side, off the side, in the bank or whatever, it allows you to take some other risks and chances, like Stephanie was saying. 3 years to write a book. I mean, that she couldn't have done that had she not had that backstop to help support her there. And when you are facing those challenges, you can come up with some alternatives, maybe some different ways of tackling some money problems, coming up with different payment options, or deciding not to fix the car right now. You can just maybe get it by with doing something else for a couple weeks or whatever, maybe Ubering for a couple weeks, which doesn't make sense, but it makes you think about other ways of getting around the problem.
Well, thank you, Steve. Thank you, Kate Harrell, my buddy from FinCon, who we found were, informally stalking each other because of whatever session we went to, we ran into each other at the next one. They're like, stop following me. So it's so good to see you again. And Stephanie O'Connell Rodriguez, so good to see you. I am going to bring in Everold Reid of the Reid Method, sales expert, entrepreneur expert. Everold, so good to see you.
So good to see you too. I'm not sure about all the expert words though.
Oh, you're an expert. I've seen you. I've seen videos of you teaching car salespeople strategy, technique, and I've known you for a long time. You know sales. You know what you're doing.
Yeah, we with 36 years of experience now, and with arguably the best automaker, Toyota and Lexus, in the world, you kind of have to level up your skills to look after our amazing guests. So I'm at the dealership right now, and here we go.
So talk about leveling up your skills. What's one of the best investments that you've made in yourself in your career?
As Warren Buffett would tell you, the best investment you can make is in yourself. So some of the ways I invested in myself that fundamentally separates me from everyone else, especially here in my immediate Lexus team, is that I dedicate time to self-mentorship. I'm self-taught for the most part because I did not graduate university or college, but I've come to author books and teach universities and colleges, which is kind of ironic, but I've been able to do so because I've invested a lot of time in, I've been inquisitive. I've been wanting to learn more, not just inside the sales space, but outside. And one of the biggest things I invested in myself to do is to become a better communicator, not just to communicate in terms of, speaking to people, but the emotions, how to write, how to communicate, with clients, to share emotion, to get that buy-in. And people, what I've also learned, in my career here is how to keep things simple. Simplicity actually works better. So educated myself to become a better communicator, always being inquisitive to learn more, to actually learn the deeper meaning of things. And I had a top banking executive who happens to be one of my clients. We would have these talks and he would say, Everold, what does that really mean? So it forced me to go deeper, to think deeper. And I think that has helped my career immensely, is in dedicating time to reading every day, to listening to something meaningful every day. How I start my days shapes my ultimate success.
Welcome, Amanda Clayman. So good to see you. Everold was just talking about what have been the best investments that he's made in himself. I want to ask you, When you think about risks you've taken, how do you tell the difference between a risk that helps you grow versus one that builds wealth?
Yeah, so
oh, that's for Amanda.
Okay, that's good. Because that's a tough one.
A risk, Andy, that helps you grow personally versus one that helps you grow financially.
Yeah.
Gosh, my immediate response was, ooh, are those two different categories? Because it does feel like, from my perspective as a financial therapist, a lot of times when we are investing in our own personal growth, that has kind of all of these delightful downstream effects of actually making us more regulated, more aware of context, better able to, I think, make high quality financial decisions, and then align behavior with those decisions in a way that does lead to those positive financial outcomes.
Yeah, so maybe it's about thinking about how we can make those two things align, right? That it's not one at the expense of the other.
I think one thing that I do notice with a lot of people is that there's an assumption that there is one right way to make money, and that often the only way to make money involves the sacrifice of these other things that might be important to us or might be some of our core values. And when we take more of a, like, money is, it's a path, it's a focus, it's a practice, then I find that we can really sort of discover that wonderful balance where we feel truly authentic. We feel like we are showing up in our life, and money is this resource, this kind of energy that we can bring and be really strategic in how we apply that in our lives.
Love it. Amanda, I'm going to ask you this lightning round question. Yeah. What's the best money decision you've ever made?
Gosh, the best money decision I've ever made, this is going to, I feel like there's something controversial about this answer, even though it's correct. I feel like my choice of spouse was a very important money decision for me. And that is something that, because I work with a lot of couples, I do understand how painful it is when you feel like your partner is not aligned or not supportive of the things that are important to you financially. And so I find that I think that my husband is the right partner for me in lots of different ways, but I think in general, when we're considering who we're with on this journey of life, in ways that includes the personal and the financial, like a spouse is a very, very important financial decision. Even if that framing kind of makes us go, ooh, let me think about how I feel about that.
Well, it goes to show that there's some work that goes into it ahead of time.
In the choosing of a spouse, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh gosh, yes. And I love to work with new couples, in fact, because I find that a lot of times people are not even having truly substantive conversations with the important people, the important relationships in their lives. And so finding ways to really determine compatibility, to be able to work through trouble spots, et cetera, like these are great relational skills that honestly have a direct financial benefit.
Yes, it's worth putting the time in early. It'll pay off in the end. It'll pay dividends. Yeah. Everold, what's the best money decision you've ever made?
I think it's the decision when I picked up my family when my kids were really young, and we kind of moved out of the city into like this bigger property, so to speak, where they weren't around the crowd, so to speak. And in the beginning, they were kicking and screaming as to, why we're moving this far out of town. But I envisioned that it would be, even though it was definitely an expensive proposition, that it would be the best move for my kids, and how my kids would be exposed to a much better environment to grow up. And now they tell me that their lives have been shaped so immensely as a direct result of the era that we moved in. You know, the boys ended up playing football, and that led to other opportunities. My daughter ended up doing gymnastics and dance, and that led to other opportunities. And the friends they made and the relationships they built, I think, will now shape their destiny, and they have become such wonderful people that I'm very proud of. And I think that was one of my best investments.
Love the family focus here, from picking the right spouse to, raising your family. I want to welcome in Seth Cogswell of Running Oak, a great ETF.
That's
so good to see you, Seth. Yeah, we're going to talk about money and emotions for a minute. What emotional blind spot causes people to sabotage an otherwise good financial plan or investment?
That question is especially timely right now. I've been attempting to get people to think a little bit more about exactly this. The blind spot that many maybe don't usually consider is complacency, or FOMO, which, again, people are aware of. But right now, given just the nature of the market over the last 17 years or so, and just the excitement that's involved in it right now, and not only that, but this sort of obsession with keeping up with the S&P 500 has led many to kind of pressure advisors, which is largely who we work with. There's a lot of pressure on advisors to make decisions that advisors feel are in their clients', let's say, aren't in the client's best interest. And that's just such a horrible position to be in, right? Where you're attempting to provide a service, you're attempting to look out. It's like having a kid, and your kid's just constantly grabbing for the cookies, and you're like, no, you got to let's just settle down. And they're getting mad at you, and you're like, no, this is healthy for you. But then they're mad at you because you're not giving them all they want, and that which is bad for them. That's the big thing right now, right? Because if you think of a plan, when that is the first step, right? It's an essential step. If you don't know where you're going, how do you know how to get there, right? So the first step is to set the plan, right? To know where you want to get to. And then once you know where you want to get to, then you can, discuss the best way to get there. And so advisors, I think pretty much every advisor does that, right? And they have this path. And then over the last decade, let's say, the S&P or stock returns in general have just blown through whatever was needed to achieve that plan. So that not only are they on track, they're more than on track, right? But instead of, if you're at a casino and you get really lucky and you make it big, you're going to take some off the table, put it in your pocket so that you're going to leave with something. Advisor clients are doing the opposite right now, right? They're pushing for more risk, pushing for more return, pushing for more concentration. That's the big thing.
It's a good blind spot. Amanda, what are your thoughts on this very emotionally charged topic of money?
I think that people underestimate the effects of our regulation and arousal, like our nervous system arousal. And a lot of times I work with very, very stressed out, very anxious clients. And one of the things that's happening with them is there's often a lot of anticipatory anxiety about engaging with money. So it feels like money itself is this very dangerous topic. And when we feel that anticipatory anxiety around engaging with money, any kind of money task or decision, or even just sort of looking for information, one of the things that we need to understand is that our body is not in a state to really perform the kind of cognitive tasks that are part of making good financial decisions. We are in that fight or flight state, and we might be, just because of the nature of the challenge, like forcing ourselves to sit down and look at money. But when we're in that state of nervous system arousal, our prefrontal cortex is literally offline. It is not our partner. It's not our friend. It's just not sort of in a context physiologically where it's able to do the task. And so I work with people to really understand and to be able to to notice, to experience their nervous system arousal state, to be able to re-regulate and come into a place of calm focus with money, and to build practices to sort of catch ourselves so that we can not really we don't rely on suppressing our emotions, dominating, controlling our emotions. We are able to truly partner with the deepest level, as far as I'm concerned, the deepest level of ourselves, which is really getting into that unconscious kind of programming that shapes then the ways that we behave with money. So self-awareness and being able to kind of drop into ourselves, to be aware of like, oh, my breath is really shallow. I'm feeling my heartbeat race. Like this is incredibly valuable information for us to be able to be successful, I find, and to build not only a sense of safety with money, but to be able to build a sense of trust with ourselves, that when I make financial decisions, that when I do have that plan, that I'm able to execute against that plan, that I'm able to choose into and continue to support that plan. Because it's not enough to sort of make the plan in the beginning. We then have to be able to walk the plan. So I find that we need to kind of have that information and have that destination. And we need to be able to understand the million times that we're going to need to pick ourselves up and sort of put ourselves back onto that plan behaviorally. And that really begins with partnering with our nervous system.
Great advice about resilience. And I think it points to the fact that, especially because we're inundated with notifications from our phone and clickbaity headline, like news headlines all the time, it's important to create some quiet and space so that you can sit down and actually plot a plan out. And also, you need that quiet time to self-reflect and be self-aware. Gary, what are your thoughts on this topic of money and emotion? Ooh, I think you're muted.
Oh, sorry. Hold on. Am I back on now?
You're good.
There we go.
You're good.
So, Andy, I think it's really interesting. As soon as I got on and you guys were talking about this, the first word that came to my mind was fear. Amanda's answer was anticipatory anxiety. Is basically the same thing. And I think we're looking at a situation where half our population is too much fear and the other half has too little fear. I often see people, usually older people, who they're so afraid of the idea of finance because there's so much on the line and they're completely unprepared. Like maybe they can balance their checkbook, but they don't really understand finance and they don't want to. And so they avoid the whole topic entirely. And as a result of that, they sit down, they meet with an RIA or, some sort of wealth advisor, and they don't know the right questions to ask. And they have no way to evaluate whether the person they're sitting across the table from is good at their job or bad at their job, whether they, are looking out for their clients, or whether it's a situation where they just want the fees, and they'll guide them into high fee, inappropriate things. And unfortunately, there is a certain amount of self-education that's required. I often see people who have regretted leaving their Bitcoin on exchanges. And, you say to them, why didn't you self-custody? Oh, I didn't know how. Well, you need to spend, you don't have to become Lynn Alden, but you need to spend 2-3 hours and learn about it. Now, on the too little fear side, I see a lot of young people who are basically acting like, high yield options portfolio managers with zero training and zero experience. And, there are a lot of young people now who are basically treating the market as a casino, right? They're in 0 data expiration options thinking, oh, we'll make 40% in a day, and you talk to them and they say, oh, don't worry, I know what I'm doing because I looked at a chart and I don't trade in the first 15 minutes of the day. And, I try to make 25 cents on this and I stand on my left foot and I wear my rally cap, and there's 0 sense to any of it. And they're so afraid of actually doing the work to understand finance that they're just treating it like a casino. So I think Amanda's right. But it's a combination in half our population of too much fear and the other half too little fear.
Seth, in one sentence, what's the best money decision you've ever made?
Oh my God. Since I'm on a little bit of a mission, let's just say thinking critically. That that echoes what Amanda said, Gary said. It's the ability to regulate your emotions, to step back, see the full picture. There is so much, I don't know, let's say half-truths or misinformation out there, largely because everybody's selling, and fine, right? Like there's no judgment for selling because we all have to pay the bills. It's those that take these sales materials, especially one of the things I've been focusing on is the passive investing sales material, because it's sort of become this dogma that once something's dogma, you can't think about it, right? You can't touch it. And so what I've been really trying to focus on, and this actually touches on Gary's comments, is this like echo chamber that we found in ourselves in every aspect of life, whether it's political, Republican versus Democrat, or active versus passive. The fact is, most of life is in the gray, right? It's being able to consider context. So I would say that's it, really. Consider context.
Thank you for that. I'm going to thank you, Seth. Thank you, Amanda. Really appreciate you coming in. We're going to move on to our next segment, which is behavioral economics. We have Gary Brode is back. We have Professor Dan Ariely is here. Tim Leffel, author of The World's Cheapest Destinations, and Ted Rossman, Bankrate Senior Industry Analyst. Dan, I'm so excited to have you here because, truth be told, things never lined up. The stars did not line up for different panels that we hosted. One time, I think you were in Italy with bad internet. Then there was another time where my calendar invite did not go out. So let me ask you, if we know humans are naturally irrational with money, how can we design habits or systems that help us to make better decisions?
So I think the first observation really needs to be this idea that we're not rational, that we evolved in a very different period. Our evolutionary tools dealt with hunting, gathering, trusting people, living in small communities. They did not include things like money, things like compound interest and so on. So we have our tools that are very, very imperfect. They were never perfect to start with, even for our evolutionary period, but now they're imperfect and irrelevant. And we just don't have the right tools. And there's kind of a couple of different approaches to think about money. One is the approach of cars. What cars do is they try to compensate for our irrationality, right? Engineers say, oh, these people are too lazy to look around. Let's put them a rear view mirror. They don't pay attention. Let's put all kinds of sensors. If you think about the cars analyze what we do badly as human beings and try to compensate for that. On the other side of the scale, there's social media. Social media also understand us, but they try to take advantage of us. So think about the money systems that we have. Are they like social media, where they try and take advantage of us, or are they like cars? I think you would agree that they are more like social media than cars. They're taking advantages, not as much as social media, but they're taking advantage of us. So you need to ask yourself, what are we naturally good at? And how do we create systems that tap the things we're naturally good at? And let me give you one example. There was a study we did in Kenya, and this was done with relatively poor people, not relatively, very poor people who live on about $10 a week. And we asked the question of how do we motivate them to save a little bit for a rainy day? There's no question of retirement in that particular slum, but how do we motivate them to save a little bit for a rainy day? And we looked across the human motivation scale, and we say, what's missing? And we said that a lot of the important things with money, saving, paying debt, buying insurance, are private. If you save, pay debt, or buy insurance, nobody from your family ever says, thank you very much for doing this for us. So we said, what if we as human beings, we love gratitude from our family? We do lots of things for that. You know what? There's an alarm. I'm in Israel. You said that we don't have luck, you and me. It looks like we don't have luck again. There are missiles. Let me go to the safe room and I'll be back. Sorry about that.
Stay safe, Dan. Tim, I want to ask you, you do a lot of traveling, so I'm assuming that you have perspectives from many different places in the world, from many different cultures. Any lessons that you've learned and gained about designing habits or systems that can help us to make better decisions?
Well, like the last guest was talking about, sometimes it's integrated into the culture, or integrated into the system where people have to be responsible. One example of that is I live in Mexico, and if you're going to buy a house here, there's not much of a mortgage product system available. So you pretty much have to pay cash for it, which means you save up for a very long time, or a whole bunch of people pitch in the family and buy it. Or if you're a foreigner coming in, it's a lot easier because you've sold something abroad and brought the money here. But I find that in a lot of developing countries, that's the case. They are not able to get in debt to the same level that Americans are. And it's sort of like protecting them from themselves. And in a lot of ways, that's good for us. We need those guardrails sometimes. And you don't have such a financial crisis like we had in 2009-10 if you have those systems in place that are more resilient or anti-fragile, whatever. So yeah, that's interesting, I think. And also just a much healthier attitude about money in a lot of countries where they just are not looking at it as a status symbol so much. There's not so much comparison between people because, first of all, family's at the top of the list, fun is second, and maybe work is third. So they're not so tied up in their job as a definer of who they are and what they're about.
So interesting to see the cultural differences when it comes to handling money, having debt or not having debt. Ted, what are your thoughts here?
Yeah, I would say that we can really use technology to our advantage here. That's a way to set up a system that overcomes some of these behavioral finance foibles or maladies. Let's face it, life is hard. There's a lot of expenses. It's not easy to meet your financial goals. But if you can automate it, I often think slow and steady wins the race in personal finance. One of my favorite personal finance stories is about how someone who invests $1,000 a year from age 25 to 35 actually ends up with more money by the time they're 65 than somebody who invested $1,000 a year from 35 to 65. That latter person put in a lot more of their own money, but they didn't have as much growth. So use time to your advantage. Invest in the markets. Every couple weeks, that 401k, or maybe you do a brokerage account transfer or IRA. Little amounts can become big amounts in the future. Same thing with your savings. Emergency savings is so important. We preach about having a 6-month cushion. Well, it's hard to build that, but if you do it in bits and pieces, even that first $500 or first $1,000, that's enough to offset potentially a deductible on an insurance bill or a smaller car repair or something like that. And then you just kind of build from there. So automate it. You're less likely to miss what you don't see. Use technology to your advantage.
Gary, what are your thoughts here?
Well, I love it, Andy. I owe my entire career to people making irrational decisions. And if markets were rational, there'd be no opportunity in the stock market. So I'm a big fan of trying to take advantage of situations where there's groupthink or some widespread misunderstanding where we can use irrationality to our advantage. To give you one example, this is back in 2012, 2013. I was at an investment conference and a really well-known, successful, prominent investor had a long case on Viacom. And every hedge fund on the street owned Viacom. Everybody owned Disney, which owned ABC and ESPN. And I did a lot of work on this and called a friend of mine at a multi-billion-dollar fund. And I said, hey, you guys own this, right? He's like, yeah, it's a huge position. And I said, any concerns about streaming, Netflix, Hulu, commercial avoidance, piracy, YouTube, any of this stuff? He said, no, I haven't thought about it. And every hedge fund on Wall Street owned these stocks and nobody had thought about it. And, it was one of those situations where they were all talking to each other, but nobody was really doing the individual work. We ended up shorting all of these stocks and making a lot of money. And I wrote a book on it called TV is Next. And so, for people who are listening to this and thinking, okay, well, great, but you do that professionally. What do I do? There are lots of places where you can hedge your own difficulties. So, if you go put gas in your car and it's expensive, you can buy oil companies and own that. Like, you might as well be selling the gas to yourself. You know, people often talk about in casinos, the house always wins. Okay, well then don't take money into a casino, buy gaming stocks, right? Then be the house. And there are all kinds of situations like that where you can find consistent edges because everybody isn't thinking about things in the right way.
Bobby Rebel, welcome to the stream. So good to see you. I missed you last time because you were flying back and had a very slow taxi cab. Oh, I think you're muted. Oh, I can't hear you, but you're not muted. So we may have technical difficulties. We need to figure that out. Dan Ariely is back.
Yes. So should I continue from where I left before the alarm?
Please continue. I'm glad that you're still in one piece.
Yes. So basically, if you think about what we're naturally inclined to, if you want us to manage money the right way, you need to ask yourself, what are we motivated by? What are the things that we're naturally good at? And what we figured out was that pride is a very basic human emotion. And when it comes to money, there are things that are visible and things that are invisible. Visible things is when I'm buying my family an apple or a candy or a bicycle. Invisible things are times when I pay debt, invest, buy insurance. And we did all kinds of things to make the invisible visible. We created little shapes that the breadwinner of the family could trace what it is that they're doing for the family. And we saw a dramatic increase in savings. So when you ask me, by the way, we saw a dramatic increase in saving, more than 20% interest rate that we gave them in another condition. So the point really is to think about what are the things that we're naturally good at, and can we create money systems that incorporate those? For example, think about paying off the mortgage. Nobody ever celebrates those things. When we run a marathon, we celebrate. With money, we don't. You know, we have these, I have a ring, people have watches, all kinds of things to track physical activity, to try and be 10,000 steps, whatever it is, sleep better and so on. We don't have those things for money. And I think if we did these things that have to do with goals and pride and sense of progress and so on, we could get ourselves to act better with money as well.
So better incentives and better, I guess, ways to celebrate milestones.
That's right.
That's very good. Let me ask. Let me ask Tim, since Tim, you help people to explore the world cheaply. How do you balance, the motivation to make more versus saving more? Is it one or the other?
No, it doesn't have to be. And that's one of my problems with the whole FIRE movement. The financial independence, retire early is sort of built into that system that you have to grind away and do a job you hate for 30 years so you can retire early and have fun. I would rather have fun along the way. And I think most people would. So it's always a balance, right? You got to be putting some money away for the future, but you also don't want to do that to the detriment of what you can do now. I mean, you hear so many times about those people that say, oh, I'm going to travel when I retire. And then by the time they get to retirement age, they've had 2 knee surgeries and they are walking with a cane and they can't do half the stuff that they thought they wanted to do. So they end up just sitting around on a cruise ship or something. And so I think you got to go when you can as well, like especially if you're going to go hiking through the Himalayas or on a bike tour or something, you need to do that when you've got the physical ability to do so. So, yeah, I think it's always a trade-off, and there's always, you don't want to go too far to the extreme on either side. You don't want to be saving everything you make, but you also don't want to be blowing it all either. So somehow you got to find a middle ground there. And one of the true advantages of working for a corporation, which I haven't done for about 25 years, is that automatic withdrawal from your paycheck to go into a 401k. I did have that when I was younger, and it's a really powerful savings vehicle. And anybody that doesn't take advantage of that is kind of crazy, especially if they match.
Yes, automation is a recurring theme today, a very good one. We're going to test Bobby's microphone,
We'll
financial
see. Can you hear me
journalist,
now?
launching financial grown-ups. So
Can
we
you hear
can
me
hear
now?
you. Yeah,
Can you?
and financial wellness expert. We can hear you.
Oh, amazing. Good. Then I get to compliment what Tim said. Tim said such a great thing and talking about the 401k. So I actually have been holding back a little bit on all of my content creation because I've been in school studying financial therapy at Kansas State University. I'm finishing up soon. I'm in my last class now. And one of the things that we talk about is, is how we frame things. And one of the big changes in 401k, so Tim, to your point, has been it used to be that you had to proactively sign up for your 401k when you got a new job. And then when they kind of use the psychological tool of framing it differently and setting it up differently using technology, to your point, they made it that the default was you're automatically enrolled and you had to proactively unenroll in your 401k, and participation soared in 401k. So that shows how things are framed, and also the beauty of automation can really make such a major difference in the success of investing.
Bobby, how can people protect themselves from emotional decisions?
Oh gosh. Well, I would first of all say work with a financial advisor. I'm a certified financial planner, although I'm not taking clients right now, but there's a lot of great financial advisors out there that are fiduciaries, and having that sounding board that can be sort of unemotional and doesn't have a bias or a sort of, when you go to your friends and families, they come at things with experiences that might influence how they're going to advise you. If you have a third-party advisor, that's going to do a lot to protect you. And also just, having a framework, having a plan set up with an advisor where you have that long-term plan and understanding your actual risk tolerance. We talk a lot about loss aversion. It's a lot more painful for us to feel a loss than the joy from the equal gain. So understanding what your true risk tolerance is and knowing in advance, this is what I'm going to do, and really being able to stick to the plan is going to serve people well.
Ted, how about a tip?
Can I add something to this?
Sure.
Yeah. So, getting advice from a third party is good because they're distant. We feel our own emotions. A third party doesn't. But there's a trick in the middle, which is to give ourselves advice. So we all give advice to other people. And when we give advice to other people, we are less emotional and more rational. Because when I think about you, I'm more rational and less emotional. I don't feel your emotion. So a good trick is to say, before you make a decision, think about what would you advise for somebody in your position to do. So you make it a bit far away, and then, of course, turn around and take your advice. So it's not as good as taking advice from a third party who is truly objective and uninterested, but it's kind of a middle ground.
Ted, you have a tip?
I like that.
Yeah, I think this is very relevant to the current climate too. There's a lot of scary headlines in the world right now about war in Iran and high oil and gas prices and what's going to happen next. We've seen these events before, right? We've seen the pandemic. We lived through the financial crisis. Some of this does come back to knowing yourself, knowing your risk tolerance. Some people even write out a mission statement, or, you need to plan when times are calm and avoid making a bad decision when there is all this crazy information swirling around. So a lot of times the best thing you can do is not to trade or act on information. Really, the best thing we can do as long-term investors, individuals, I'm not talking about day traders or institutional investors, but for the average person, the best thing they can do is just stay the course and kind of set it and forget it. Now, over time, you should gradually dial that risk back. Maybe you invest in a target fund, or maybe you use a robo-advisor. Take some of the emotion out of it. You don't want to be in a position where you're trading impulsively. That can really be a drag on future gains in terms of the trading costs, the lost time in the market. Then you're sort of gambling more than you're investing.
It can also be bad for your indigestion. Gary, I think that you have some thoughts on this topic.
Yeah, I actually just wrote an article about it because of everything people are talking about, right? These are emotional topics, right? Money, our resources, our ability to have the future we want, or, to pay the mortgage. These are all really important things. And so, what I do is I follow a really simple process to ensure I make good decisions. The first thing I do is I identify what I'm feeling. And I know it sounds like the most basic thing in the world, but it's important. If we're going to set our feelings aside and make good rational decisions, we need to know what those feelings are. And you have to identify it, right? And say, I'm feeling anxious or worried or upset or scared because of this reason or that reason. I think it's going to affect my relationships or my ability to pay the mortgage or send my kids to school or whatever it is you're feeling, or just feel stupid and dumb because I made a bad decision, right? Identify it. You don't have to put it in the newspaper. Just be honest with yourself. The second thing to do is accept that feeling. It might be unpleasant, right? If your portfolio is down, you might be feeling really sick and nauseous. We all have those feelings on those bad days or bad weeks. Accept the feeling. Understand that it is rational. You can say to yourself, well, I don't like feeling this way, but under the circumstances, this is a reasonable way to feel. And then the third thing to do is, now that we've identified and accepted those feelings, put them aside and think about the reasons why you own what you own. And so look at your portfolio, look at the positions that you own and think about the reasons that you own them. And so, people were just talking about war. And if you own oil or gold or a currency or stocks, just think to yourself, did my thesis, did my reason for owning these things change? Has the landscape changed? Is the outlook better or worse? Is it different in any way? And if it's not different, if the reasons you own these things haven't changed, then don't do anything. You don't have to react to those feelings. Your feelings determine how you feel, but they don't have to determine your actions.
Dan, anything to add to that?
Yeah, so this idea of identifying the emotion is very important. And actually, the way the brain processes emotion is it doesn't know where they come from. It's like the average emotion. You could be upset with somebody and you look at the stock market and that upsets you, that upsetness combined, but you are not aware of that. So trying to separate those out is very useful. But the second thing to do is to try and not be reactive. So a really bad strategy for investing is to open your portfolio, see what's happening, get emotional because you can't help it. Either you're happy or miserable. Of course, more miserable than happy because of loss aversion, and then make decisions. What you need to do instead is to say, before I look at my portfolio, what decisions do I want to make? I'm not emotional right now. I'm thinking long term. Like I just read some story or some news report about whatever, Tesla, the war, oil. What do I want to do? Let me think what I want to do and then look at my portfolio rather than just open my portfolio, because opening our portfolio just gets us to be emotional. There's no there's no useful information there. It's just saying, based on the history, you either won or lost, but it's not about what's happening in the future. So let's focus on what do I think will happen moving forward. And so is oil going to go up or down? What do I think? Doesn't matter if I lost money or didn't lose money in the last day or week or month or whatever you're using. So try to do things that don't get emotions to tap you. And then if they do as Gary is suggesting, and try to figure out where's the emotion coming, and then you can try and separate it so you're not acting on them.
Dan, what's the best money decision you ever made?
I think for me, actually, the decision was to not think separately about my professional financial life and my personal financial life. So, for example, let's say I got some income from a book. Is it mine or does it belong to my research lab? I decided I don't see the differences between those things. So, money is kind of a tool to make progress. And sometimes I take my personal money and I buy things for my research lab. Sometimes I don't think of it as my money versus research money. I think of pulling it all in one way. It created lots of benefits in terms of trust, in terms of the people who work with me, what they can do, and so on. So that has been very, very useful. The second thing I would say is that I'm a people's person. So when people ask me to invest, I usually invest in people. I'm not a good investor. If I love people, I invest in them no matter what. So I decided, kind of like the previous advice was, I'm not going to do that anymore. I asked somebody else to give me advice about investing, because my criteria is, do I love the person? And it's not the greatest criteria. It's good criteria for other things, not for financial investments. So I ask somebody else to make those decisions for me.
Thank you for those insights. I appreciate the holistic view of one's finances. Bobby, what are your thoughts? Do you have a best money decision that you've ever made?
The best money decision I made, very easy. I think choosing the right partner in my husband, because I think that is usually, hopefully if marriages work out, usually the longest running financial partnership you really have with somebody. So I think it's really essential that you think very carefully. It's not about marrying for money. It's marrying for the same money values and being on the same page in terms of your priorities and the lifestyle you want to lead, and sort of where you want to balance how much you spend, don't spend, invest, where you want your resources to go. I think that's really a key to happiness. And it's not about what level of money you have. It's about being, as I said, on the same page.
Important to have a great financial partner. Ted, what are your thoughts?
Paying off my mortgage ahead of schedule is something that really has freed up money for other things, kids' activities, travel. It's given us a lot of peace of mind. We were fortunate to be able to do that, and it has definitely provided a lot of peace of mind.
It's a great one. And Tim?
I'm going to give two answers because I'm not a young man, as you can tell. So it's sort of two stages. When I was young, I bought a house when I was in my 20s, and that turned out to be a terrific decision because I bought a cheap place in a up and coming neighborhood, and over time it appreciated. And then, as life goes on, you roll it into bigger houses or other houses or whatever. And then late stage life, I moved to Mexico and immediately cut my expenses in half. And that made a world of difference in my finances moving forward after that. Because when you lower your threshold of what you have to spend every month, it gives you a lot more to invest, to save, to, do whatever you want with. And so, just looking at the cost of living where you live can make a huge difference if you transfer that to somewhere else.
I love the two phases. We hope that we all have the benefit of having two phases. So great advice. Dan, close us out with some thoughts about, this idea of predictably irrational. We've been talking about money and finances, but front and center right now is also politics, which has been so divisive. What advice can you offer us, especially given where you are sitting right now at this moment?
Yeah. So I don't think we should expect ourselves to behave rationally with money, but I think it's a source that we can either give into temptation and have no control, or it's something that could give us a sense of control. In this period, we all crave some control. We are realizing that our lives is out of our control in a way that we haven't imagined. COVID, Ukraine, the war now in the Middle East, gas prices. We have very little control. And one of the things that is very important for our psychological health is to feel some sense of control. And usually in the financial world, we do it by shopping. Shopping gives us a sense of control. But I think we can channel it in a better way. It's very tempting to use shopping for psychological well-being, but I think we need to do something different. I think we need to figure out, how do we show ourselves a sense of control? By actually saving, by stating clearly what are our financial objectives, taking this opportunity of this very fragile time that we need a bigger sense of control and use it with our spouses, use it with our kids, declare what our goals, and make them the progress daily or weekly so we can see it, whether we're making the right progress and feel good about it. So money can be a tool that gets us to derail, or it can get us a tool that could help us feel in control. It's always better to be in control than not, but in this period, I think it's extra important. So I would try to encourage, use money not just to save, but as a tool to help yourself gain control over your life.
Wise words. Thank you. And really try to control the things that you can control. because sometimes life it feels like we're on a roller coaster, but it pays to put your seatbelt on before the ride starts. So thank you, Dan of Duke University. Thank you, Gary, Deep Knowledge Investing, Tim, author of The World's Cheapest Destinations, and Ted, Bankrate, from Bankrate. Just a couple things to share really quickly. I see that Bobby has a free newsletter at bobbyrebell.substack.com. And I think Tim has one as well. He's at Nomadico. Also substack.com.
For working travelers.
Thank you, Tim, Bobby, Ted, and Dan. Appreciate you guys for all coming in. We are going to be moving on to our next segment, talking about, well, a variety of things. We can talk about crypto. We can talk about responsible wealth. I know that John Hargrave is here. I'm not sure if Bruno Fiorenz is here or not. But Sir John, so good to see you again.
Andy, always love being on your show. Thanks for having me. And congratulations for 100 episodes of your podcast. This is amazing. What an achievement.
Thank you. And I should also mention that Steve Stewart, who was here earlier, pointed out when I sent out that email, he said, wow, I thought that you had a lot more than 100 episodes. And I said, Steve, you are right. If I look cumulatively, I have over 380 episodes. We're approaching 400. It's the 100 celebration is for the live panels that we've done. I did about 280 episodes of one-on-one interviews. So this has been a crazy ride. And Sir John, I'm so glad that you have been a part of it, both doing one-on-ones and participating in a panel. I want to ask you, as crypto has grown, what really creates trust? The technology itself or the people behind it?
Well, it's a great question. And trust is kind of hard to define, isn't it? But we kind of know it when we see it. And to me, trust really comes down to two things, which is consistency and reliability. And what better way to honor your 380th episode celebration here than with that consistency and reliability? I think you've shown it in the work that you've done here. Most podcasts do not even last 10 episodes. There's an industry term for it. It's called pod fade, because everybody thinks it's going to be so easy to do a podcast. Like, I'm just going to show up and talk. And then you start doing it and you realize, holy cow, this is like producing a show, like producing an entire show and getting the guests and doing all the editing and just all the work that goes into it. So, the fact that you've been doing it for so long, I think gives your audience a lot of trust in you. Let me tell you something, Andy. I went back to your very first episodes. I did. I went all the way back in the archives, you and your brother, Chris, sitting on the couch. And it's just incredible to see not just the production value, but just your comfort level in doing it over these last, it's been like 10 years, right? The more you do it, the better you get at it, like with anything else. But I think you've really built that trust. And it's a great gift to have, these really authentic conversations about money and making it accessible and fun for your audience.
Thank you. I can only point to, stubborn foolishness. I refuse to be derailed. I just keep going and hitting publish. And over time, yes, it is a lesson in incremental growth. Congrats to you on the release of your new book, which is actually sitting on my desk here, The Intelligent Crypto Investor. Look at that. That's good marketing by your publisher. And I look forward to sitting down with you in the future to talk about your new book. Bruno, so good to see you. I'm so glad that you have been a part of this journey and can be a part of this celebration. Welcome back.
Good to see you too. It's funny, what John said made me think of the first guy who started an online wine, I think it wasn't a podcast, but like a wine show online. and he's the only one who made it a really profitable business. It really helped his parents with wine. And he said afterwards, well, basically, I think I'm the only one who kept going. Because for years he did it.
Was that Gary Vaynerchuk?
I don't remember. For years he kept doing it without hardly anyone tuning in, and then suddenly it picked up.
Yeah, I think that's Gary
V.
Gary V, who is in New Jersey, where I am. I think his dad's or his parents' shop is in Springfield. I think. Anyways, yes, the wine library. He grew that because of his early having a YouTube channel, and he was sampling all the wines. And he has gone on not only to help his family business, but created an agency where all the big brands and small creators are now working with VaynerMedia. So he created an empire.
Good for him.
Bruno, what's your experience with crypto, decentralized finance?
I have very little experience with crypto, decentralized finance. I was, when you asked me to be on the show, there was another question that I remember you asked, like, what has surprised you most in the journey you've been on? And your show helped me think about that a lot, actually. And so, as a member of Millionaires for Humanity, I'm trying to start a conversation here in Belgium specifically about wealth and about how to handle it and how to find the right balance between, making money, which is not a bad thing, and doing the right thing. And what I have found the most surprising is how difficult it is for people to talk about money. And how, I don't know if you experience the same, John, but like how difficult, how intimate a subject it is. And it's probably way more true in here in Europe than in US, but it is such a sensitive subject, and I didn't expect it to be that extreme.
I think that's a universal experience, regardless of how much money one has. I mean, you could be very short on money and not talk about money.
Yeah.
You're in a family of multi-generational wealth, and that even brings even more complexity. But I think people from the outside would say, well, if you have a lot of money, you don't need to discuss it. But I'm sure that
it's even. You know what I thought of? I thought of the sentence "death and taxes." Like, if all I have to do is pay taxes and die. In like Belgium is one of the only 10 countries in the world who had an actual conversation about death. Like, there is an end of life policy in place, and there's been a real societal conversation about death and end of life and end of life choice. Not many countries have done that, and I find it so funny to know that we managed to have a conversation about that, but we can't have a conversation about money. That's how more intimate it is. It's more intimate than talking about death, basically. It's
John,
crazy.
what are your thoughts on talking about money? I mean,
it's interesting, Bruno. It is like the last great taboo. I mean, people will talk about sex before they'll talk about money. And I think it's because we equate our annual salary or our net worth with our self-worth.
Yeah.
Right. And we confuse how much we make with what kind of person we are or our value to the world, which is absolutely false. We all know amazing human beings who don't make much money at all, and terrible human beings who are quite wealthy, right? We have plenty of those examples. And so we really do need sort of a societal reprioritization of how we view money in regards to our own individual self-worth. And again, I think that's part of the value you bring with this podcast, Andy, is you sort of destigmatize that talking about money in just a really honest and conversational way. And by doing that, we can just see it's just a thing. It's just a number. It's like another aspect of me, but it is not all of me. That's important.
It's very true. And there was another question, like, I think that was, maybe you were going to ask that in the end, but I know it's always 10 minutes, so it goes by quickly. But that was, what is the best decision you've ever made around money? honestly, Andy, the best decision I've ever made was admitting to myself that I had money, and basically accepting it and saying, okay, now I'm gonna make decisions in my life, factoring that in, because that's made my whole life better.
What changed most clearly once you made that decision?
That's basically way more than I thought. I think we discussed it in the thing. It's a form of coming out. I've always been quite a transparent guy, and here you come out and you say, this is an aspect that now it's also something more, that now everybody knows about, and so I felt more aligned with everything. This is me, and as a consequence, everything felt more aligned, and I didn't expect that. I started doing everything better. I'm a better dad. I'm a better I'm better at my job. I'm a better teacher. Everything is better just because I have this fundamental alignment with who I actually am, and it's really like a form of coming out. But I totally didn't expect it to have such a strong impact on all the rest.
John, share us some perspective. This idea about talking about money being taboo. Similar or different when talking about digital assets, because we're in a world where now you can go to, Bitcoin conference, and I don't know how many thousands of people arrive. They're there to talk about money, right?
Yeah, they are. Well, I'll go back in the day. My wife and I had a financial advisor, great guy. His name was Norm, and Norm was a retired pastor who went into this as kind of a second career. And Norm never gave us like individual stock picks or anything like that, but he gave us really useful frameworks for thinking about money, especially as we bought our first home and then started a family and so on. And one of the things that he said that stuck with me is the best investment you can make is in yourself. I think he stole that from Ben Franklin, but the point is really true. And as we were looking at things like, should we go back to school? I was thinking about getting my MBA. And he said, look, that's an investment in yourself. I was going to take a job at the time that was paying half of what I was making before, but it was at the school where I was getting my MBA. So I got my education paid for and so on. So on paper, it looked like a really bad financial decision, but the investment in myself and then in my future career was enormous. It was absolutely the right move. So I think, again, that idea of investing in yourself then for me carried on to learning about crypto and learning about digital assets very early on and continuing to learn to this day. I studied this morning. I was doing a big research report on Solana. So continuing to invest, continuing to talk with other smart people like yourself about these things and keeping that conversation alive is just an amazing investment in yourself, and that pays dividends.
Bruno, what are your thoughts? How have you invested in yourself?
No, I think what John is saying. Yesterday, I was in a debate on this topic, basically, and you could have you could give final words, and I could see with the crowd was like the questions. I could see they're all resonating in their head. The journey I've been on, and basically my message was, go and have a conversation, and it doesn't have to be with someone else. You can have the conversation with yourself on everything you always believed about money, everything you've always been told about money, where that all comes from, and then turn it around and question it and see where it leads you. And maybe it's going to lead you straight back where you are now, and that's okay. But having that conversation and that journey in itself is super valuable and is worth it, and it's really important. And I want to corroborate what John said about your show, Andy. It is a conversation at any level that is important, and if it helps anyone do that for anything related to money, then it's really cool.
John, was that your best advice to invest in yourself? Was that your best money decision you've ever made?
I think so. The value of education, my wife and I have always placed a very high premium on it. And so any kind of education, and it doesn't even have to be in something that's going to increase your market value. It could just be learning things because you're just interested in them. I'm a big believer that as we do that work of self-improvement, it just comes back to us in many other ways. And that may not be monetary wealth, but it might just be a richer life. You know, learning how to play the violin may just open up kind of new musical horizons for us that then add that richness that make life worth living.
And it's interesting that when you pursue an endeavor like playing the violin or trying to learn a language, it opens up new community to you too. You make new friends, you meet new people, and that can be very enriching to one's life. Bruno, any like big money mistake that you're willing to share to help people?
That's a really good question. Like minimum money mistakes is what I find what you do when you're very young, when you're like teenagers and stuff. You buy things that you think are important, and then a week later you think, what have I been doing? That happens less in my life once I got older. And I don't, as long as you know what I always say, and I'm sorry if I speak from the position of someone of wealth, but like I always say that being wealthy is having money you can afford to lose. And so with that money you can afford to lose, it's good to take chances and to take risks. And so if it doesn't work out and you lose it, well, that's risk without real consequences. So it's not too bad, and you shouldn't feel too bad about it, because, you know, dare to take that shot sometimes. So I don't really have really negative experiences around that. But it's more things I haven't done, like investments I haven't tried. That resonates more than the ones I tried and failed.
Yeah. Well, it's good to see that you evolved, because I think that there are people who they reach retirement and they're still buying things that they regret and don't really need. So you've learned from your mistakes.
Yeah. Sure.
John, how about you as an entrepreneur, as a journalist? You've had your share of money mistakes.
So many mistakes. Yeah. I mean, my book opens up with the story of making a small fortune in Bitcoin in the early days and then losing it all because we plowed everything into crypto right at the height of the 2017 mania. And then the price crashed really severely over the next few months. And then the process of building that back up, and what I learned, the power of diversification and so on. But I love what Bruno said, that, you know, we have to be willing to take some risks in life and with our finances. And the real risk is not doing the thing you've always dreamed of doing. I love that, right? Like, you don't want to be on your deathbed saying, if only I had tried that. You may try it and you may fail, but I'm a huge believer that, you know, you get out of life what you put into it. So even if you throw your passion into something that doesn't really have the outcome that you had hoped for, it does come back to you in other ways. And surely, Andy, over 380 episodes of doing this podcast, you've seen the same thing, that somehow the richness that you've gotten back from this, probably both with your professional career, but also in the relationships you've made, has come back to you manyfold.
Absolutely. I think that this experience, besides being a little crazy, I mean, I do have to chalk up that it's a little crazy to do a 4-hour live stream. It's crazy to do 380 episodes. I have friends who are even crazier than I am. And I have one friend, Angel Jones, who has done, I don't know how many episodes, like 4,000 podcast episodes or something crazy. I think that what's interesting is that at the outset, there are so many things that you don't realize will be part of this transformation or part of the experience. And it's only in retrospect that you say, well, I had no idea that I would have 300 guests like in the last 2 years. And it's really difficult to measure the value of that.
Do you want a less philosophical and more materialistic answer to your question?
Sure.
The best. My daughter asked me, "What is the best presents you ever gotten?" And I asked, "Do presents to myself count as well?" She said, "Yeah." I think 5 years ago, we installed a small sauna in our house. Best decision ever. There you go. Best money decision I've ever made.
I love it.
From a materialistic point of view. But
John, you have a favorite purchase?
It's the best purchase ever. Yeah.
A sauna. My brother bought a sauna. I do not have a sauna. I'm still trying to, turn the shower to cold before I get out, but I really chickened out of that.
Oh yeah, no, yeah, me too. Sorry, now I brought it back to like a really basic level.
John, you have a favorite purchase?
Yeah, we have a hot tub. Pretty great.
There we go.
It's pretty great.
There we go.
I'm going to highlight my favorite purchase really quickly. I wanted a standing desk.
Yeah.
I'm in my 50s. I have some lower back problems. I started reading about standing desks and how it's good to stand up, to sit down, not be in the same position all day. And my kids laugh at me because not only did I buy a standing desk, but I found one on Facebook Marketplace for probably a quarter of what it costs new. And that's been one of my favorite purchases of recent. I got a Ergonoffice Sway standing desk, which I did a little research, seems to be the Land Rover of standing desks. It's made in Canada, has a solid top, has memory settings, but this desk is great. And my back feels better because of it. John and Bruno, I want to thank you for being here and being part of the celebration. We had a little extra time given the time slots. I welcome you guys to hang around if you want to, because we're going to continue this maybe philosophical discussion about money. We have Paul Shervish here, and Paul is professor of sociology and director of the Center on Wealth and Philanthropy at Boston College. Paul, is that emeritus? Is that like forever now? You're retired?
Yes, it's until I go to heaven. And then I hope to be a newcomer.
Well, Paul, so good to see you. Welcome back. I think that having you in the room here with Bruno may be of interest because you are a philanthropy researcher. And this is something that Bruno is very thoughtful and active in how to give back and use his wealth to give back. Paul, when you think about wealth, does the real return come from what we keep or from the impact that we create for others?
Now, I'm getting a double echo, Andy. What should I do? I'm hearing everything twice, or maybe
I'm not hearing it. So if you're able to ignore it, I know it's not easy, but we're not hearing it on our end.
It's hard enough listening to myself sometimes.
Come on, you don't love hearing yourself speak? You're a retired professor.
So yes, I get a chance here.
He dropped off. We'll have to bring him back in. If you're just joining us, you are here for the 100 episode celebration of Inspired Money. We're doing a 4-hour live stream featuring 50 of our past guests and just having a great time talking about lessons about how to make more money, how to give more money, and how to live better with our money. We hope that Paul Shervish will be back in shortly. If not, then we will have the discussion here with John Hargrave and Bruno Fiorenz. How about you guys?
I'm interested in hearing Bruno's answer to this question.
Bruno, yeah, what's your thought on this?
On the giving back thing?
Yeah, like what do you think of wealth? Is the return on what you keep or on the impact that you create?
Whoa. I have general thoughts on philanthropy, as you know, but in general, you know, you can keep as much as you want if you don't create any impact, or if the people around you are not okay, then it's not going to help you. I guess that depends a lot on people, but on philanthropy itself, I think it's extremely important, and it can be an engine for a lot of, you know, for better things. And I also think it has its limits, so that we have to be careful with it. I'm sorry, I'm not answering this really well.
In your unique philosophy about philanthropy is that you think it should be like the government should be involved. It should involve taxation.
No, my unique philosophy is that I believe in it, but I think we should accept its limitations, so that it's gonna work on consequences, and it's gonna work on consequences of something, and rarely at the root causes, and so that you can't have one with the other. And what brought me to that thinking mainly was, you know, I was part of a philanthropic organization here that supported homelessness, you know, the fight against poverty. And years later, I was like, this is great, but I could give my entire fortune to this organization as long as you have more and more homeless people. Well, it doesn't make sense. So it has to be, you know, you can't use that as excuse for the other. That's basically my point. And I saw so many things, so many people doing such great things, philanthropic things, that I thought, okay, that's all, you know, in a way, I thought that's all covered. I guess there is one thing I'm not hearing. I'll just go for that.
Paul, let's give Paul a chance to check his microphone. Yeah. Any echo?
Hi. There is one, but I'll endure it. There is one point I wanted to make relative to the question that you asked, Andy, and that is that it's a false dichotomy to see whether our use of wealth is for ourselves or for others. It is really for both of us at the same time. The basic notion of philia that comes from Aristotle and has come down through the ages is that of friendship love. And friendship love is mutual nourishment. He says friendship love starts as something natural in the relationship between parent and child. And so, to give one example, if our child were to fall into a river, we would jump in and save the child. But then the question I ask people is, whom are we saving? And people catch the question and understand the answer, that we're really saving both of us at the same time. And so when we talk about philia, whether it be formal philanthropy, whether it be personal assistance, in remittances, in helping members of our family, in helping people that we adopt through various internet programs and so on. All of this is constantly a self-fulfillment, as it is at the same time the fulfillment of others. And I think that we can see this as one example in the great program, the great novel, Les Miserables, where Jean Valjean adopts Cosette, Fantine's daughter. And when he adopts her and takes care of her, something happens to him, which is quite obvious to all of us, which is he becomes a father. And when he adopts Cosette's boyfriend, Marius, and is carrying him through the streets of Paris, he's adopting him as his son. And so Jean Valjean, who lost his family when he stole bread for them and had to go on the run, recaptured a family through his care for others. And so the major point I want to make today to our audience is that it is worthy to try to get beyond the question of self-interest and altruism. It is neither other orientation or self-interest in either reductionist form. It's the simultaneous, what Thomas Aquinas calls love of God, love of neighbor, and love of self. And he says that when any one of those three legs of the stool is missing, then the other two legs are compromised. So in the end, what we have as philanthropy is not just the giving of money through formal channels. It is all of our care for others. It is all the forms of our care for others and care for self at the same time that exist both in financial giving, the giving of our efforts, and the giving of our talents. And so that's my message for today. And glad to discuss anything else or carry on a conversation or to get reflections at this point.
No, I appreciate that. It's a powerful message. Well said. I'm going to cut it a little bit short since there are a little bit of audio problems. I can hear a little bit of an echo, but thank you, Paul Shervish, for joining us today. Thank you, Bruno Fiorenz. Thank you, John Hargrave. I'm going to move on.
I'm sorry for that.
No worries. All good.
If I knew what to do, I would fix it.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, everybody.
Thanks for coming in. We're going to bring in our next group since we're past the top of the hour. It is a little bit afternoon here in New Jersey. I see J. Kelly Hoey. It's Kelly Hoey. My screen's too small. I can't see. Who else is here? Sergio Vedian is here. And Justin Donald is in the house. So good to see all of you. Thanks for joining. Let me start with Kelly. Kelly, people say your network is your net worth, but is it really the number of connections or the quality of those relationships?
The answer is both, Andy. Listen, here's the way I think about it. It's like a good portfolio. It's about diversification. Our social capital is essential. I think even more essential now in this world that we're living in, kind of people worrying about AI eating our lunch, or dominating the stock market. But investing, having a diversified portfolio is essential, in your financial health. It's also important in your relationship health. So you never know what time in life you're going to need close relationships and when you're going to need a broad network. So diversify.
And then you have to balance that too, right? Because there's the worth of your network, but then you are also measuring dollar signs too. You need to look at your bank account also.
Yeah, how much are you putting into it, right? Relationships are an investment. You can't just expect, people are going to show up for you because you've shown up for them. And as you know from conversations we've had, I like to say networking is every single human interaction. Making little deposits, as you go along in life is better than waiting until, one point in life to thinking that, one great event or one, great investment is gonna, swing it out of the park and get you what you need.
Justin, what are your thoughts as a lifestyle investor? I'm sure you believe in the value of relationships.
Yeah, I mean, for me, it's the foundation of everything, right? So I 100% agree with everything that's been said so far. You know, I kind of look at, you know, what are the areas that I want to invest my time and capital into, and it really it begins with relationships. It's the people that we want to spend the most time with. Like, why am I working so hard to create financial freedom? So I can spend time with the people that I want to be with the most. And create meaningful experiences. But what did I have to do to get there? Well, I had to focus on peer group and mentorship above and beyond anything else. Find people that are willing to pour into me, but be hungry and eager and willing to learn, and find ways to add value to the people that know a lot more than me, so they're willing to teach me.
Sergio, good to see you. Sergio, what are you working on these days? I looked at your website, and I know before we talked a lot about the gig economy. It looks like you're still involved in the gig economy, but it looks like you're also leaning into your the past investment career.
Yeah, definitely. First and foremost, I think my mission going forward is going to be financial freedom through financial literacy, because I think financial literacy is in the toilet in this country, from elementary school all the way to college. And, you know, having been a trader of derivatives and equities on Wall Street for 30 plus years, I thought I just kind of, you know, the pivot for me was kind of simple. You know, I deal with a lot of gig workers, as you may or may not know, Uber drivers, Lyft drivers, and DoorDash delivery folks. And I want to teach them how to have their money work for them, as opposed to just them working hard for the money. But, you know, financial literacy is something really I'm passionate about. And as far as networking, my father used to say, it's not what you know, it's who you know, and what you put into it is what you're going to get out of it. Out of every relationship, includes your portfolio, obviously.
Kelly, how thoughtful do we need to be, or strategic do we need to be when it comes to our network and our friends and our contacts?
I think you need to be thoughtful about what's the composition of your network. I think you need to be thoughtful and think about what are they seeking from you, and how are they interacting with you? You know, networking, it kind of gets this bad rap, and as I like to say, well, of course it does, because you have to deal with other people, and we're difficult. We're squirrely, we're weird. And so all you ever have control over is your own actions. So I think, you know, sometimes we can sort of say, oh, you need to be deliberate, or you need to be intentional. And that can come across as that kind of smarmy, schmoozy, you know, all about me kind of thing about networking. But you do need to look at yourself and say, all right, how am I interacting? Am I interacting in a way that others want to give back to me? Do I build a variety of relationships that are going to be enriching? Because, you know, maybe it used to be that you had to network up the corporate ladder with, you know, gray-haired old fools. She says is a gray-haired old fool. You know, but now you never know where your opportunities are going to come from, right? It could come from your neighbor. It could come from an intern. It could come from, you don't know. So how are you showing up in the world? And is that creating this, you know, kind of circle of relationships and community that is going to nurture and support you?
Yeah, important to leave some space for serendipity.
Exactly.
So I want to ask Justin, what's the best money decision you've ever made?
Oh, it's hard to boil that down into one, Andy. You know, I mean, I mentioned before about investing in peer groups and mentorships, and you know, I do think it starts there. You know, if I could say something more all-encompassing, it would probably just be to start early, start your education earlier, start making investments earlier, because you'll learn from them. Even if they don't go right, you will learn a lot in the process, and often you will learn more than if they did go right. And I think Yeah, just if we can rewind the timetable, you know, if we can start sooner and be focused on learning and growing constantly. So finding the people that can teach us. I think that's probably it. And don't be a stranger to great podcasts and books, like the more inexpensive ways to be able to learn, even if you can't afford to hire a mentor.
There's so many free resources now. And I so frequently hear, so-and-so's my mentor. She just doesn't know it, because
That's right.
You can listen to every podcast, every YouTube video that person has appeared in and get so much information, not to mention read books. So many great resources, and a shout out for the public library that I love to go to, because you can get all the books you want for free. Sergio, best money decision?
Oh, there are plenty, but I agree with Justin. Power of compounding, especially if you're young. You know, investing could be really, really intimidating because it's not as much fun as it is to talk about football on Monday. But you have to start early. You have to understand the power of compounding. In fact, I have an article on my blog. You know, I don't know how many people know that most of his $100 billion of Warren Buffett was made after the age of 60. The reason for that is the power of compounding. Start early, and you know, talk to people who you trust. But you must invest in this country. What's happening with the debasing of the currency and government gaslighting everyone, saying, oh, inflation is only 2.5% and all that stuff. None of that is true. What you have to do is you have to start $5 a week, $10 a week, $100 a month, whatever it is that you can put away. You need to start investing, because nobody's coming to save you. Unless you have rich parents, government's not coming to save you. You have to do it for yourself.
Even if you have rich parents, I think that you should get your financial literacy up, because it'll pay dividends.
Absolutely.
Kelly, your best money decision?
Oh, it's I want to say it's picking up on what Justin and Sergio have said. It's you know, starting early, and it's also, I think it's deciding what kind of lifestyle you're going to have, and saying, you know what, I'm going to stay within this because what is the freedom that it gives me to do. But you know, the best investment I've always made has been in relationships. So,
well, thank you, Kelly.
Don't downplay that one.
Thank you, Kelly. Thank you, Sergio. Thank you, Justin. Appreciate you. Thanks for your friendship and being a friend of the show. We are going to bring in our next group. We have Anna Yusum, we have Dustin Heiner, and we have Jason Hartman. Did I miss anybody? No. You guys are looking sharp as ever. And Dustin is like flexing his bicep.
I was just waving. I wasn't trying to flex. I was like, yes, I'm excited to be here.
So excited that you guys are here. Yeah, let me start with Jason. Real estate can create financial stability. You coach and help people with that. Have you seen it also give people the freedom to pursue a more meaningful life?
Oh, most definitely. First of all, Andy, I want to congratulate you on making it to this point. Most shows don't get this far, so a big congratulations to you on that. I've been doing shows and podcasting for 22 years. So, you know, it's largely just like investing or anything in life. It's a game of attrition, right? It's a game of endurance, and it's a marathon, not a sprint. But to answer your question, yeah, you know, I think income property is the most historically proven asset class in the entire world. I think it's the most tax-favored asset class in America. And we have seen many, many, many thousands, if not tens of thousands of people through our network over the years become very much empowered investors and make a lot of money with income property.
Dustin, share your personal story, because real estate investing has really influenced or impacted your family.
Absolutely. I knew it was funny. I'm so glad Jason's on. I was listening to your podcast, Jason, back in 2006 when I was starting to investing. Yeah. It was awesome. And that got me starting to invest, and just bought property after property after property, each one making me $500, $600, $1,000 a month in cash flow. And now I have 30 plus properties. And in 2016, I was blessed to be able to quit my job and focus on serving other people. And so what I found when I invest in real estate, I don't have to worry about working what I call a dead end job, because you're working a job, you're living just over broke. Because this is how you'll know your boss is paying you just enough to keep you working without quitting, but not so much money to take some money out of their pocket. They paid you what you were worth. They would go broke. And that's why I love the term successfully unemployed instead of retired, because I still invest in real estate. I have businesses, and that's allowed me to change my life and then change the trajectory. So I have 5 kids now. You can see some pictures behind me. And again, like Jason, congratulations. I'm so excited for your show going on this long. But what I'm looking at is, now I will give these properties to my kids. I will have cash flow. I have generational wealth. This is going to be absolutely amazing. And my 16-year-old daughter, she's 16 years old. She just bought her first property. That's her, like right there. Anyway, she bought her first property. She's making like $300 a month. So it is life-changing.
That's amazing. Congrats to your daughter. And
16 years old. Let's give a hand for that. It's great.
And listening to Jason's podcast, talk about attrition. Jason is still going. So I'm just trying to follow in your footsteps. Anna, what mindset shift helps investors succeed?
Absolutely. It's such a great question. So I talk a lot in my practice with individuals having a unique purpose, individuals coming here to do something that is their unique way of serving the world and being able to give of their unique talents, abilities, interests. So purpose requires presence, and presence requires peace. Financial freedom through real estate can very much be a spiritual tool and not just a financial one to give people that peace. And I've worked with people that once their financial pressure has lifted, when they have passive income, for instance, through real estate, they're able to do so much more in their lives, similar to what our other speakers have shared.
I love it. What are your thoughts, Jason?
Anna's comment is well taken, because maybe it's a metaphor, but there are many mountains in life we all have to climb, right? Our health, our relationships, our career, all kinds of things. And money is one of those. And, just take care of it. Just check it off the list. Once you do this, it's not about money, but it is about having the freedom from financial pressure. It's about having the freedom to do more, contribute more, make more impact. And it's just so important. It's anybody that says it's not important is just delusional. I mean, you've got to just take care of it. Just check it off the list. It doesn't have to be your whole life. It's just a to-do item, and it needs to be checked off everybody's list.
Anna, what's the best money decision you've ever made?
Yeah, so similar to some of the other stories that were shared. So when I've been in medical school for a very long time, but when I was a resident living in New York City, a resident gets paid nothing. And that was right when Airbnb was starting. And I decided to, part of the time, rent my place out via Airbnb. And so I would be a nomad as a resident, sleeping on my friends' couches while renting out my place. And I ended up making almost twice as much in Airbnb renting out my place as I did as a resident, which upped my standard of living tremendously. And that was my first recognition of how powerful rental income could be. It was at an early time in my life. I didn't own the place. I actually rented the place, and there was no regulations on Airbnb in New York City. But it was really powerful to recognize, wow, there's so many other ways of doing things in a much more creative, powerful way.
I'm sure that resonates strongly with the real estate guys here. Dustin, your thoughts?
Yeah, I've realized that real estate is a tool or a means to an end, so where you can have money in your life so you don't have to work for somebody else and have freedom. I love what Jason said. The keyword is freedom. Now, some people might not want to quit their job. Maybe they love their job. Well, that's now. You want to have the option that if in the future you get a terrible boss and you're like, man, I don't want to work here anymore, or you just need to not work a job, you need to have your own income coming in. And if you realize this, when you invest in real estate, and what all of us suggest is getting income every single month from your properties instead of hoping for appreciation. I started investing back in 2006. And if I was investing for appreciation, I would have went bankrupt like most other people. I went through with just income. I wanted income so I can quit my job. And then the great thing is, once I had enough money to take care of all my expenses, I had 40 plus hours of my life back to invest in more real estate, to build businesses. And now it's all about me now serving people. So I have my podcast too. It's just about serving people, just like all of us. We're all here because we want to serve people. And when we serve people in our life, We make more money, but the biggest thing is they make more money. It's not a win-lose scenario. We all try to help each other out. And so that's what I love about real estate, is it affords me to have more freedom to do what I'm really called for in life, which is serve people.
Love the alignment. Jason, best money decision?
Well, I think this might be self-evident, but investing in real estate, just buying income properties. I used to always say, and I think this is important, I have had a bit of a mind shift on this starting a few years ago, but one of the things that's really important to those who are early in their journey is you must develop the character to delay gratification. That's what investing really is all about. You could spend that money today and live it up, but in the beginning and through, maybe up until sort of the middle part of one's path, you've got to be willing to delay gratification. That is the real, kind of keystone of financial maturity, the ability to delay gratification. One of my mentors, I was lucky enough to discover at age 17, we've all heard of him, but that's Jim Rohn, who changed my life among a few others. And, he said the pain of discipline weighs ounces, the pain of regret weighs tons. And you'll have that multiplier effect if you just delay gratification in the beginning, so that you can have a bigger future. But what I would say, and what I've sort of come to realize lately, is don't do that too long, okay? There is a point at which you should start really spending down your wealth and enjoying your money. I mean, that's what you've delayed gratification for. Don't do it forever, okay? So there's a balance to that, I think.
Thank you. Thank you, Jason. Thank you, Dustin. Thank you, Anna. Thank you for your friendship and for being part of Inspired Money. I'm going to, already in is Kat Rosquetta, who is from the Center of High Impact Philanthropy at UPenn. We also have Dr. Paul Zak here. We're bringing in everybody. Paul Newworth and Minel. So good to see everybody. Thank you for our, I don't even know time, our 12:10 guests. Is it 12:20 now? Yes, it is. For our viewers, thank you for joining us. And if you want to drop into the chat where you're watching from, or if you're enjoying all these nuggets of advice that we're extracting from our guests in this pretty concentrated format. Kat, so good to see you.
Great to see you, Andy.
And we brought everybody in here, so it's like a big party. Let me start with Kat. Kat, how can people balance giving, like giving from the heart, with making sure that their donations are actually creating measurable impact too?
So, I often say that the heart is what inspires you to act. It's what helps you choose one of many, many worthy causes that you could make a difference in. But if you think of the causes that people care about in philanthropy, stopping intergenerational poverty, or ensuring safe housing for everyone, making sure people who were victims of a flood or fire are safe and can move on. Those are problems that have existed before in lots of other communities. And if we don't use our heads and the lessons learned from similar situations, the new and emerging research about what works and what doesn't work, if you don't combine the head with the heart, then you will always limit the impact you have. I mean, it takes both to make the kind of change that people want to see.
Dr. Paul Zak, Dr. Love, so good to see you again. It's been a little while.
It has been. I'm happy to be. Congratulations on 100.
Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, we look forward. Well, I'm excited to be celebrating the past 100, and we look forward to 100 ahead. I'll talk about that a little bit later. But first, yeah, share your thoughts on putting together the heart with impact.
Yeah, I think money's not about money. Money is about happiness. Money is about other people. Money is about having opportunities. And I think the best advice I've ever been given about money is to pay yourself first. Like, the magic of compounding is such an extraordinary thing, and you can delay paying your utility bills. You can delay lots of things, but you've got to invest in yourself. That means in education. That means in additional training. That means in taking all these opportunities, but never give up on, as one of your previous guests said, delaying gratification a bit, so that you can get that magic of compounding. And as you know, most of my work's been on happiness. And so about half of our happiness comes from having a rich social network. And so having the opportunity to help other people, to be connected to others, to building up happiness and sharing that with people around us, that's the opportunity that having smart financial decisions affords us.
Paul, give us some perspective into how the idea of retirement, can provide the context for all of this.
Yeah, I'm kind of against retirement. I think you need, the data shows you need to have a sense of purpose in your life. And so many people retire and they're kind of lost. Having said that, it's also important, again, to pay yourself first, physically, emotionally. You need to get enough sleep, you need to have a good diet and exercise routine. So I think if you're, leaving your job in retirement, find the next thing. Go volunteer, go be a mentor, go do something part-time. In particular, to be around other people and having new experiences is really important. And that could be traveling with your spouse. It could be doing something else. But, you want to set yourself up so you have those sets of choices. And I think, I always think for me, I want walk away money, right? At any point I want to go, okay, these guys are driving me nuts. I don't want to spend more time with them. So I'd rather spend my time over here.
Peter, your thoughts on retirement?
Yeah, that's very interesting. And Paul, I actually agree with you. I don't believe in retirement either, but I think it's just a misnomer. I think the way I look at retirement is it's when you stop accumulating and you start decumulating your assets. And that's one of the toughest problems out there, is how to take your assets and your potential future part-time earnings or whatever it will be and spend. And how do you spend wisely during that decumulation phase?
Manel, talk about the importance of impact.
Well, I think first I have to start by saying that life is a miracle. So the fact that we are here, it's already an impact, because imagine the million possibilities in terms of probability that make us to make it here, to get our heads out. So that's really the impact. But later you can make something out of your life. You can find a purpose. You can really make a contribution to the world. So I suppose it's value and nurturing that fact that it's a miracle to be here, and not to make it redundant, not to make it something that, well, it doesn't matter whether it's me or someone else. No, it's you, and you have the opportunity, and you have to nurture it.
That is very important. Paul, if you think of markets like a living system, what signals tell you that it's healthy or in trouble?
Oh, great question. Yeah. So I'm a neuroscientist, so I'll answer that from a neuroscience perspective. So I think when you're making decisions in markets, outside of markets, and you have that gnawing uncertainty, you can't sleep, you're constantly thinking about it, it's called perseveration. That tells you that this is an important decision, but you may not be doing the right thing. So I think it's the same thing in markets. As one of your previous speakers said, you have to kind of lead to, the security market line, right? You've got to absorb some risk to get a higher return, but you don't want to absorb so much risk that you cannot go to sleep at night. So I think back to my previous notion about paying yourself first, I think you have to take care of your health, your physical health, your emotional health. And I really like what Pete said about decumulating. So I think one way I've done that is just start getting rid of stuff. Give it away, sell it, whatever it is. And so when you physically have less stuff, I feel like the more stuff you have, the more stuff owns you. So when I have less stuff, I have more freedom. I have more options in life. Pete, is that something that you found as well?
Well, absolutely. But I also think, you're going to end up with nothing at the very end, or at least you're going to leave stuff. So how do you do that? And how do you manage that decumulation? That's really where the art is. And I think somebody just mentioned about the risk. I think it was you, Paul, that yes, risk is very important. In fact, in retirement, that's what it's all about, is managing all the risk of long-term care events, risk of how living out, longer than you expected, and others as well.
I want to welcome James Siegel into the room from Kaboom. We've had great discussions on the power of giving and helping different neighborhoods and helping neighborhoods in need. James, can you talk a little bit about this balance between giving from the heart with making sure that your donations actually are making a measurable impact?
Sure, and great to be with you, Andy, and great to see everyone else. And Kat, I'm a huge fan of your work, so it's great to spend time with you.
And we've profiled yours, James, so right back at you.
Thank you. It's interesting. I've been giving a lot of thought, as many of us have, to the question of affordability lately. And for, a lot of folks were thinking about cost of housing, cost of eggs, and more recently, cost of gas. But I was really struck in January when Mayor Mamdani in New York City announced the new commissioner of parks for the city, Tricia Shimomura. And in his remarks announcing her appointment, he talked about how investing in parks are part of his administration's focus on affordability and the need for, great free public assets. And I couldn't think of anything as someone who's originally from New York, I couldn't think of anything like greater as a free public asset than the parks in New York City. But it really got me thinking about how, the decisions we make as a society to invest. And we were talking about, matching the heart and the head when it comes to giving. It's what are the things that are going to contribute to people's quality of life in a way that benefits everyone and connects us all. And so these days, I'm thinking a lot about the power of community spaces, places like parks and schools and libraries that oftentimes we don't invest in, but are so critical to quality of life, so critical to bringing people together. And I think they're sort of at that nexus of things that we love and also things that have demonstrated significant impact for communities.
Kat, talk a little bit about that affordability that's very topical right now. In this show, we've talked to so many guests who did underscore that to make a positive impact, you don't have to wait until you have a certain amount of money.
Two thoughts on that. One is that historically, folks without a lot of money have still been engaged in strengthening their communities, volunteering. It may not be captured in tax forms, but giving money and to their neighbors when they're in need. And so, you can be philanthropic, you can be a donor, you can help build community strength with not a lot of resources. That you don't have to wait to contribute to that. And what we know is, yes, that benefits your community, that benefits your neighborhood, that benefits your neighbors. And it's also a great bit of enlightened self-interest, because those of us who give live longer and are happier. And I think it's because of the connections that Paul mentioned earlier. People we are social creatures. The more that we are feeling connected and supported and supporting those around us, the better life is for both ourselves and our communities.
Absolutely. We can give in our time, talent, and or treasure. It doesn't just have to be about money. Pete, you want to share a favorite cause that is near and dear to you?
Well, my favorite cause is my old high school. And I have done a kind of a win-win situation by I've given them money for a charitable gift annuity. And what I'm sorry, the last speaker, Kat, was saying about philanthropical giving. I think you can both plan for your retirement and give to institutions that you enjoy, that you want to benefit through charitable gift annuities, charitable remainder trusts, and other vehicles that give you both a tax deduction now, retirement income now, and benefit the institution or the charity that you want to provide for.
Manel, what's the best money decision you've ever made?
Giving up my job in 2018, before the pandemic, writing a book, devoting time to my daughter. Now she's going to go to university. Those 5-6 years that I was with her, in the middle of writing 2 books before I entered the labor market again, that was the best decision. So in fact, giving up earning money, if that's a paradox.
No, it's an illustration of what's important, and it's not only about money. How about your thoughts, Kat?
Best money decision?
Yeah.
I'll build off of Manel's. I left McKinsey almost 20 years ago to launch the Center for High Impact Philanthropy. McKinsey is a big business university and certainly a startup center. I was not getting nearly as well compensated as I did when I was working for a big global firm. But it's the intellectual, personal, and in some cases, the relevant financial return have been terrific. I still, after 20 years, am passionate about the center's mission to serve as an independent source of knowledge and education on how philanthropy can do more good. The relationships that I've made, learning about great ventures and entrepreneurs like the folks who founded Kaboom, that has enriched my life immeasurably. And I am lucky, and it's very clear to me this year with 3 children in college, I do get a very generous tuition benefit having stayed at the university for this long. And so that financial benefit is very welcome right now with 3 in college.
That is a win-win.
It is.
James, how about best money decision?
Well, very similar to Kat. So I started out at a large law firm in New York City, and then transitioned pretty early on to government, and I've spent most of my career in government and nonprofit. And early on in my career, having that moment where I was making the conscious decision that the size of my paycheck was not equivalent to the value that I could bring, was, I think, a really, really healthy decision. And then in terms of more recent decisions, I also have 3 kids. I have 2 in college and 1 who's a junior in high school. And contributing to their 529s starting when they were very young was a really wise, in hindsight, decision to make.
How about you, Pete?
For me, it was buying a life insurance policy when I was 23 years old, single, had no dependents, but recognized that the life insurance policies and whole life insurance policies can be a very powerful financial product. And I've used that policy for 45 years, borrowing, paying back, cashing out, and now turning it into retirement income.
It's another lesson in the importance of starting early. And that's not something most 20-something-year-olds are thinking about. How did you even get to the point where you decided to buy a policy?
Yeah. It turns out there was a very enterprising life insurance salesman from Northwestern Mutual who decided to go to all the actuarial students at the insurance company I was working at and try to sell them life insurance. And the numbers worked and made the case. I bought, and I've never regretted it.
Well, thank you to all of you for joining this celebration, and not only to celebrate with me, but to offer such valuable nuggets of wisdom and being so thoughtful in the information that you're sharing. Thank you for being a past guest. And I hope that you will join me again in the future as we put together panels going forward. Just a little glimpse into what we're going to be doing starting next week. We're going to be launching a new format for Inspired Money, where we have 3 acts per episode. It will continue to live as a live stream. And a lot of our topics will be a little bit closer tied to news and events. So we'll do, next week, we're talking about the Federal Reserve and interest rates, since the Fed will be making a interest rate decision. Act 2 will be talking about how investments will be impacted by the current interest rate environment. And Act 3, which is all still coming together, we plan to have an author on talking about a book, so that we continue to learn and to grow. So thank you, James. Thank you, Kat. Thank you, Manel. Thank you, Peter. So good to see you all again, and hope to see you again in the future. Thanks for joining today. Excited to welcome Jackie Cummings-Koski into the room. Jackie.
Hey, so good to see you too. Congratulations, 100 episodes. That's crazy, right?
Thank you. 100 is crazy. And then I'll just add the footnote that there were 280 episodes of Inspired Money as one-on-one episodes. So it's 380 unofficially, or I guess officially.
Well, when I saw that 100, I was like, wait a minute, wasn't it more than that? But I get what you're saying in this current format, but I'm excited to be a part of this, and I'm ready for our conversation, and so happy for you.
I'm so excited that you're here, and I'm trying to look at the, it looks like it's just me and you for this slot. So we have lots of space. Jackie Cummings-Koski is author of, what's your book? Money Letters to My Daughter?
Well, that was my first book,
Yeah.
which will always be my greatest work, because it was sort of all the things that I had learned that I passed on to my daughter. But the book behind me is Fire for Dummies. That's the newest one that came out in 2024.
That's a big one. So
Yeah.
Fire for Dummies. I think many people see financial independence as a finish line. Does reaching it actually open the door to a completely different life? Is it more the beginning?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. But you really don't know that as you are approaching financial independence. So when I was reaching for this big goal, I had my spreadsheets, I had my numbers, I knew where I was at, how approximately how long it would take me. And once I got there, it did open up so many doors. It was almost like it started part 2 of my life. So, I guess you technically can call it a retirement, because I formally left my corporate job and retired, but all the other doors that had opened, mostly in regards to the freedom of my time, that I got to more strategically pick and choose the thing that I wanted to do.
So what has surprised you most about Fire?
Oh gosh. What has surprised me the most? I think, again, when I got to my Fire number and I actually walked away from corporate America, I think realizing that money wasn't the goal. You would have never been able to tell me that as I was approaching Fire. But once I reached it, the money wasn't the goal. The money was often an obstacle that kept me from going after some of my goals, because the money part was, holding me back. If I wanted to, change careers, or if I wanted to go after this passion project or something like that, if I didn't have the money in order, I wouldn't have been able to do some of those things. And growing up, it was the same issue. Grew up pretty poor, and every reason for why we could not do something was we don't have the money. So it was very cool to realize the money was actually not the end goal. And that kind of surprised me.
We've got Barbara Feinberg coming in. And This is the live stream. This is why it's exciting, because I had no
Hey,
idea
Barbara.
that Barbara was
Hey,
coming in now.
Jackie. Hey,
How are
Andy.
you?
Totally resonate with everything you're saying, Jackie.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts, Barbara?
You know, she is so right. My head is just spinning. You know, when you get to your, you know, unless you're super extravagant, when you get to your money goal, it's like, it's not about the money. It's about the freedom of choice.
Yep.
And, you know, that's what really matters. And I think we talk so much about building wealth, but we don't talk about enough about what that means personally. And like I said, unless you're like super extravagant and you want to get all the glitzy stuff, which I don't, there's so much more. It just gives you a personal security.
Jackie, since you talked about FIRE opening the doors for you in so many different ways, do you see FIRE in different phases? Like, what's the first step toward FI? And then once you get there, did you know what was going to come after you achieved it?
No, and that was part of the beauty. When I left my corporate job, I would say I had kind of a mental whiteboard where I was able to clean the slate and be able to choose the things that I wanted to do. But at the center of it all, which was very important for me, my passion is around financial literacy and education. So everything on that whiteboard had to fit in or somewhere around or adjacent to financial literacy and financial education. That I knew before I actually reached FIRE, that if money were no object, this is what I would want to do.
Barbara, what are your thoughts on money and goals and phases throughout life? Because it's very dynamic.
I think the most important thing when you're young is get into the habit of sucking away as much money as you can without thinking in your 401k or in your IRA, so that it automatically gets invested into a diversified stock portfolio. And then it just builds and compounds over time. You don't have to worry about it.
Does that resonate for you, Jackie? Keep it simple?
It does. And I have definitely gotten to the keep it simple. I was at an earlier phase in my life where I was just learning how to invest and I was making it way too complicated. And I finally got over that hump, and simplicity is just better. If you want something complex, if it's something you love and something you're passionate about, then fine. But just say that you enjoy doing it, but don't say that it's easy for everybody. So yeah, I'm definitely in the whole camp of simplicity is beautiful.
Barbara, what do you tell people today? Because there are so many news headlines. People are watching gas prices increase a lot in very short order. How do you keep people calm and collected?
I'm so glad you asked me that, because I'm excited today, not so much for the war and the turmoil in the global scenario, but I'm excited today for the opportunities. Because if you're calm, if you're smart, you will find that the investment markets go up and down. And there are certain catalysts, and sometimes they're just going to go down. Now, if you can avoid selling, hang on to what you have, what your strategy is, which in my case is just regular investing in a diversified portfolio of stocks and bonds. If you keep on doing that, as markets decline, as they are doing now and as they do every 5+ years or so, and even add a little more of your investment dollars when prices are low, you will catapult the long-term growth of your final wealth, or of your wealth as it grows.
Jackie, what's the best money decision you ever made?
So for me, I mentioned, financial literacy and education, how important that was to me, and because it opened so many doors. So yes, I'm to the point where I reach financial independence and I'm able to do what I want to do now. But probably the best decision was to gain financial literacy. And I didn't even gain that early. I was like in my 30s before I really started getting basic financial literacy. But it was almost like this escalator up. So once I got financial literate, moved on up to financial education, and then financial independence, and then actually retiring early. So that set off basic financial literacy, set up a whole chain of events that was so critical to where I am today. So I would say that was probably one of my best decisions.
Barbara, how about you? Best money decision?
Again, I feel like I'm really resonating with what Jackie said because it's very sensible. It's very basic. When I was in my 20s, I spent a lot of time. I had a bachelor's degree in economics, and I spent a lot of time learning about investing. I was very interested in it, and I started regularly investing then. That is the best advice I can give anyone is forget hitting it out of the park. Throw away your Reddit account. If you want to invest in crypto, fine, do it with a small amount. If you want to go for the, crazy latest best, do it with a small amount. Best decision ever, get started early. Start putting away as much as you can, more than you think you can afford, into a diversified stock and bond portfolio, and then go about your life.
A very fundamental and practical approach. Well, thank you to both Jackie and to Barbara for popping in.
And we got to connect. Barbara called me. It's like we're totally in sync here. Look, you just made a connection there, Andy.
That's the magic.
I thought the same thing. We see each other online all the time. But Jackie, I've got to have you on my YouTube channel so we can really get down and chat.
Well, I'm hitting you up as soon as this is done. Andy, congratulations again. This was awesome.
Thank you. I'm going to leave it to you guys if you want to drop off or if you want to stick around. I think that our next slot, just has two people. Elaine Pofelt is here. Excited to have Elaine back once again, author of Tiny Business, Big Money. So good to see you, Elaine.
I'm happy to be here. It's great to be back, and it's nice to be on with these incredible guests. I was getting some really good advice while I was waiting in the green room.
Yeah, Elaine, you heard Barbara talking about the importance of starting early to invest consistently and the power of compounding. In today's economy, where people can really build wealth in many ways, there's the gig economy that people can be solopreneurs and go off on their own and really kind of forge their own way without the need for a big corporation. Is a great portfolio, or is it the mindset of the person managing it? The powerful thing.
To piggyback on what Barbara said, starting early is really important, even when it comes to entrepreneurship. And there has never been a better time in history to start a side hustle or a full-time business. And the sooner you get started doing it, the quicker you will compound the returns from doing it. Because we're at a very weird time where a lot of things are in flux. AI has come about in a very big way. And you can be on the wrong side of history or the right side. And I think being on the right side means mastering these new tools and making them work for you instead of worrying that you're going to be roadkill and your work will go away. There are a lot of things that we can learn to create opportunities for ourselves. So I think the mindset of opportunity spotting is probably the most important one that anybody can have right now, without going willy-nilly in all directions, focusing on a few things that interest you, that you're passionate about, and will have follow through, and that can pay big dividends.
Thank you. Shayna Orzik-Sissel is here, founder of Banrian Capital Management. Shayna, welcome back to the show. I want to ask you, what wealth skill matters most today?
I think the wealth skill that matters most today, I'm actually writing a book right now. It comes out in November called Tough Minded. And the book is actually about life skills that everybody has and how that can help them in their investing journey. And the number one life skill I would say is most important is discernment and resilience. I know that's two, but they're related to each other. It's the ability to see through the noise and also continue moving forward when things are not exactly going the way that you'd planned. I think in investing, sticking with an investment that maybe in the short term isn't working, but in the long term will help you get to your goals, and also being able to not have FOMO and follow the crowd are really the keys to success that every investor can focus on. And when they work with their advisors, keeping that goal-based approach and sticking with the portfolio that you've put out there, even when it's hard, is absolutely the skills that are necessary to succeed as an investor.
I love the idea of focusing on life skills and always trying to build those skills. I think so often it's easy to think in silos. So we think about, well, I need life skills for investing, or I need life skills to grow my business. But Elaine, so often they run parallel, or one life skill can be applied to many different aspects of our life, right?
I agree. And I agree with Shana about resilience and how important it is right now, because a lot of people's identities are tied to certain decisions they've made, like what career to have. And if you don't cling on to that and stay open to the dormant threads in your personality that you've never acted on, it's incredible how your life can be. You know, if you're open to trying new things, getting back up again if you tried something and it failed. One thing I noticed with interviewing $1 million one-person business owners is how many times they failed before we hear about the $1 million one-person business, and they would never build the business without the failures, because they learned so much and they developed business intuition. And I'm not an expert on investing, but I think there is an intuitive aspect to almost every discipline. But if you don't try things and risk things sometimes without taking crazy risks, you won't benefit from all the wins that come from being brave and trying things.
Shana, how do we get better at making mistakes?
I think life kind of forces you to learn that skill, whether you want to or not. As somebody who has had a kind of life that consistently did that, and again, premise of the book is that. I think a lot of people think investing and being successful as an investor is about being really good at math and really good at understanding how to price things and technical trends. But I really, truly believe, and the studies back this up, that the key to being a good investor is simply being committed and not allowing small disruptions to the journey push you off the path towards the goal. And the way that you learn those skills are just living life, because life does that to you every day. You wake up and something happens in your day that wasn't exactly what you had hoped would happen. And those little micro opportunities are learning opportunities. And so one of the things I always suggest, and I do this personally myself, is at the end of every day, we talk about the thing that we won, even if it's tiny, even if it's like you had a really bad day and yet you got up and made dinner, or you took the phone call even though you didn't want to because you were tired. And you write them down, and that skill itself helps you on the days that things are going really good too. And then you go back and you reflect on it. And as an investor, it's the same thing. You know, when the market's selling off and everyone's panicking, you could follow that crowd. You could allow that to impact your decisions as it pertains to the investments you make and the goals that you've set. You could lower the goal so that the hurdle isn't as high, to make it easier for yourself. Or you can look back at every thing that happens in your day and that didn't go quite right, and take that and reflect it back on how you are as an investor.
Elaine, what's the best money decision you ever made?
It was starting my own business and betting on myself rather than betting on corporate jobs. And looking back, I wouldn't change a thing.
How about you, Shayna?
I'll let you know when I have one to report.
Well, embrace life's challenges and celebrate the wins, no matter how small or big.
Absolutely.
So I love it. Thank you, Shayna. Thank you, Elaine, for spending this little short segment with us and being a part of the Inspired Money experience. Appreciate you both and hope to have you on again soon.
Congratulations
so much,
on 100
Andy.
episodes.
Thank you.
Congratulations on your
congrats.
100 episodes.
I'll celebrate the win.
Exactly.
Bye.
And we have Bryce coming in.
Hi.
Hey, Bryce.
Hey, good to see you. Yeah, how's it going? Congratulations so much on your 100th episode. That's a big milestone.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Congratulations on your new book release.
Yeah, thanks, man. That was an exhausting experience.
How's it going so far?
I've done a book launch before. I've never done one while taking care of a 2-year-old. I highly don't recommend it to anybody. It's harder to do publicity when your kid will grab the phone from you and then start sending poop emojis to your agent. That makes things a little more difficult.
Oh, come on. Who doesn't like a poop emoji?
Our agent thought it was funny.
See, there you go.
Yeah.
And now the agent will remember you.
Yes, exactly.
So the 2-year-old is helping you guys with your business.
Sure. Helping is a word that can be used to describe that. But you know what? We wouldn't have been able to write this book at all if we didn't have him. So it's kind of like, this whole new angle that we attacked the FIRE with, or financial independence, from a parenting perspective. We wouldn't have been able to do that without him. So he's both the cause, and he's both helping and hurting the cause.
So the title is Parent Like a Millionaire Without Being One.
Yes.
It's a great title, and I don't know. Tell us about.
Yeah. So I mean, so we wanted to write a book that actually helps parents make their lives easier, right? A lot of parenting books that, ever since becoming a parent, we've been reading a lot of parenting books, and a lot of them just give the parent homework. That's like, you should be doing this, you should be doing that, and none of them agree with each other, which is the most frustrating thing. But there's very few books, I haven't actually found any books that actually are like trying to make the parent's life easier. And that's kind of what we wanted to do with this book. We are taking the lessons that we learned from we're taking the lessons that we learned from retiring at the age of 30, which is kind of what our first book was about. And then we're applying them to help parents out. So we're helping them. So we're kind of like, here's how you take the lessons from early retirement and then just try to apply it onto like a little part of your life, because like, how do you, for example, make diapers self-sustaining? Like, you don't have to pay for diapers anymore. How do you just retire that part of your expenses? How do you save up? How do you use the stock market to pay for college? How do you hack healthcare? How do you hack daycare? And this kind of thing. The whole idea is, parents are exhausted. Parents are running on empty most of the time. Let's help those guys. Let's help the parents out and make their lives a little bit easier by putting more money in their pockets. Because no matter what parenting style that you do, money always greases the wheels. Having extra money always makes that job easier.
Yeah, it's an interesting niche, right? Because it's not an experience that a ton of people have. That is being retired and like parenthood, because it's not the traditional way.
No, definitely not. But it's also not a book that it's like you have to be retired or we're trying to get parents to retirement. It's a book that helps every parent. It's just we are applying the lessons that we learned from how millionaires manage their money, and we're taking those lessons and applying it to all parents, and trying to make it really does make their lives easier.
Yeah. So tell me, at what point does building wealth stop being about saving money and really start about being about designing how you spend your time?
Well, when wealth becomes passive income, that's the big takeaway from the financial independence movement, is that money is not all designed equally. Like money in your bank account or money put into, like, for example, your principal residence, like real estate, they're not equal because they don't help you buy your time back. The money that becomes what the FIRE movement has realized is that money is the most valuable if you can translate it back into time. And you can translate it back into time if you can turn it into passive income. So on the micro level, for example, we talk about in the book about planting money trees. So an example is, let's take an expense like your diapers. Diapers cost maybe like $50, maybe like $40 a month, if you're using disposable diapers on average. Over a course of a year, that's going to be about $480. Now, how do we make that expense self-sustaining? And if we take the lessons from the financial independence and early retirement world, we know that if we invest 25 times that annual expense in an investment portfolio based off of low-cost index funds, it will generate a passive income stream that pays for that expense forever, basically, right? And if you apply that to diapers, just on diapers, something that's that every parent has to deal with, and is also attainable, most importantly, because as we all know, parents are always sleep deprived and have and are always rushing to do things in like half-hour increments. If you can just retire that part of your life and you don't have to worry about that expense anymore, then you buy back your time. Even if it's like half hour a day that you would spend worrying about paying for diapers, now you can spend that time however you want. You can spend it, you can spend the time with your kid. You can maybe spend some time, rebuilding your damaged relationship with your spouse, or you can just take a nap. That's all good. That's the point of that. You can choose how to do that. And what we want to do is give people a little bit of taste of what a little bit of freedom can feel like if you treat money a little bit differently. Because if you can do that with diapers, you can then and you go, oh, I can feel the benefit of this. Then people will start thinking, okay, well, what if I do this for another bigger expense, like food or clothes or car expenses? And then as you work your way up more and more, you realize that, hey, if you do this, the more you do this, the more freedom that you get and the more time you can buy back. And potentially, if you do it for all of your expenses, you could even potentially just leave your job as well.
Love the idea of buying back time. Dan Spitz is here, who knows a little something about time. For those who don't know Dan is guitarist for the band Anthrax, but he's also a master watchmaker. Dan, it's so great to see you again.
Good to see you, and congratulations to everybody.
Thank you. You know something about time, and you knew something about diapers.
Yeah, well, time's been kind of following me my whole life. I have these crazy Swiss degrees and watchmaking and master watchmaking and all that, and run my own service center, my own independent watch brand, and with a new watch coming in motion now. But I also am the first and only heavy metal artist to have time playing on another planet. My song from Anthrax, that's also tattooed on my arm here, was one of the first 10 songs to go up in the NASA Curiosity rover in 2012, and to wake the Curiosity rover each of the first 10 days. So they picked the first heavy metal song was mine, in good company with Frank Sinatra and U2 and the Beatles and everybody else. So time's not just following me, it's following our fellow Martians.
That is so cool. That's a very cool claim to fame.
That's what I figured. I might as well retire from music, because selling out Madison Square Garden as a New York kid is one achievement with your parents there, on the side stage, and you can see them smiling, and you figure, okay, well, how am I going to top that? But after my song's playing on the second planet and cracked the top 10 on 2 planets now, it was time to retire.
Bryce, before you go, I want to ask Bryce.
I ended up not retiring and going back to school and a whole new pathway, and surrounded by wonderful people and clients who are another happy industry like music, where they're gracious and happy when I either repair a watch or build a masterpiece.
It's cool to have a career, retire, and then have a second phase where you're doing something that you love so much.
Yeah, I think passion is what really drives very successful people. If you're just in it for one singular reason, without passion, I don't see, unless it's family wealth that's handed down and you just have to carry on the torch, and so forth. And in those families, I always see the one rebellious kid who goes the other way and follows the Grateful Dead when they were around or something. It's passion. Watchmaking is so parallel to playing guitar and locking yourself up for years and years and years in your bedroom. Or for watchmaking, it's at your bench, and doing all the wrong things to, in the end, be able to do all the right things. And that has to be endless passion, and you have to give up a lot to get where you gotta, where you're going. And there's no end to either road. There's no end to learning a guitar. There's plenty of different avenues you can go down from different genres of music or different abilities, and you do hit brick walls, same as if someone's playing golf or tennis or sport. It's our human nature, and that's what drives me. And the same in this. My next watch is a tourbillon, which is the most difficult thing in watchmaking to build. It's stuff that's just invisible to the human eye completely. So you got to be determined and have passion. But the success in the end, just like creating a song that everyone seems to like around the world, or at least 1% of our population, is what I always say. If you can please them, that's good enough. If the rest hate you, wonderful. You found your place. The success in the end is not the money for me. The success is the achievement of overcoming something that others can't do.
Well said. Bryce, I want to ask you, what's the best money decision you ever made?
The best money decision that I ever made was, after we retired and then we started traveling the world. That was a really cool experience and all that. But when that decision really hit home for me was when my dad got sick. So unfortunately, at the beginning of the pandemic, my mom called me and told me this really devastating diagnosis that my dad had been diagnosed with terminal brain cancer. And so we were dealing with all of that stuff that everyone else was dealing with during the pandemic, while at the same time having to deal with my dad's illness. And because we had the time to do that, we were able to fly back home, move back in with my mom, and take care of him. Like basically at the end of his life, he required 24-hour care, and we were able to keep him in the house basically for the entire time, because me, my mom, and my sisters were able to do shifts, and then so that someone would always be with him at all points, so that he wouldn't wake up in the middle of the night and hurt himself. And I wouldn't have been able to do that if I had still had to worry about my full-time job. So that's when the power of this whole of passive income and being able to buy your time back really hit home for me, because at the end of the day, your life is you define your life not by how much money you have, but by how you spend your time with the people that you love, doing the things that you love. And I made the decisions in the past about financial independence. I had the luxury of spending the last precious moments of my dad's life with him and taking care of him. So that fire for me was the best money I never spent, and I wouldn't trade that in for anything.
Thank you for sharing that. Well, thank you, Bryce. Thanks for spending time with us on this Celebrate 100 episodes of Inspired Money. Thanks for sharing some of your insights that allowed you to retire at age 30. And everybody should check out Bryce and Kristy's book that he mentioned. And we'll have you guys on the show to discuss the book soon.
Awesome. Thank you so much for having us.
Thank you. Sara Lomelin, so good to see you.
How are you, Andy? Good to see you.
Welcome back. CEO of Philanthropy Together. I said CEO of Philanthropy Together.
Yes.
I'm so glad that you could join. Let me ask you, how can individual skills or talents contribute to something much bigger, like a movement or community impact?
Well, you know that my whole deal is not just about the money. It's about the 5 T's, right? Like people should think about generosity expansively, not about giving their treasure or their money, but also giving their talents, their time, their testimony, their ties. Sometimes, people think that we don't have enough to give, and everyone can be, generous and showing up with, their everything that is around them to be generous and to have impact. Sometimes, a conversation when you can open doors to your friends or to certain causes, it's even more important than the money that you may be able to donate at a specific moment in time.
Dan, you were referencing a little bit about that developing skills, right? Whether you were sitting in your bedroom dedicating hours to playing the guitar or getting training for watchmaking in Switzerland. Talk about how passion can become a purpose.
Yeah, I mean, driven people have to, it's innate in them to achieve. They don't just go to a school to learn. They usually they're striving for more excellence or more whatever it is that is in them. And for me, it was the same as guitar. I didn't want to just play guitar. I wanted to take over the planet and invent a new genre of music. And I did. There was no name for the music I helped to create now it's called thrash metal, which was us, Metallica and Slayer and Megadeth, the 4 of us coming out about the same time. And it's the same in my watchmaking career. When I'm a 3rd generation. I grew up in my grandfather's store in the Catskill Mountains. He had one of the largest pre-owned watch and jewelry stores in the United States. So when I went to school, it wasn't just I was going to go to school. I wanted to be a complication expert, meaning repair the most complicated wristwatches in the world. And there's only one school in the world that teaches that. And they take 6 people every 3 to 4 years in Switzerland by Swiss grant. So you have to do 4 years of school prior to that, 5 to 10 years apprenticeship. So I set my goal on that. So the day I exited the band, I set my goal on that's the school I got to get there. And it's that achievement. And it's a wonderful school that's driven by the fastest student in the class. They give you a key to school 24 hours a day. So it's a curriculum where you don't have to be slowed down and you can excel. And that's what I like, and then you have to be self-sufficient after that. You can't just go, I didn't want to just go work for a company, which I ended up heading up some of the biggest brands there are, just to get the skill set. That's what it's all about, right? You got to get the skill set to push yourself forward. Once I did that, the goal to be independent is to have enough income and money to purchase all the very expensive equipment that's ridiculously priced to be independent, to be able to make your timepiece or even set up a service center. It's ridiculously expensive.
It's an amazing accomplishment. Sara, what's new and different since I last saw you? What are you working on?
Oh my God. So we are about to release our new 5-year strategic plan. We are, again, thinking even more expansively about collective and collaborative giving. So we are still working with giving circles around the world, but we're also helping the collaborative fund universe to be in community, to learn from each other. We're putting out tons of research around, the perception of grantees that are funded by collaborative funds versus, big philanthropy and foundations, and how that relationship is more proximate, more equitable, et cetera, et cetera. We are adding more people to the team, so it's all good. It's, despite everything that we're living in the world, we are hopeful, and as I told you when we met last time, I continue to believe that I have the best job in the world because I get to meet the good people in this world that are just rolling up their sleeves and looking to have a positive change in their communities.
How can we be more impactful with our giving in charity? I mean, it seems that affordability is front and center today. The divide between those who are making money versus those who are in need, that gap seems to be increasing, not decreasing. So how can we do better?
I'm always tend to tell people to focus on those small community-based organizations that are overlooked by big funders, right? It doesn't mean that the big NGOs and the big organizations are not doing amazing work, because they do, right? We need them, but they also have a lot of the funding. And the small community-based organizations that are working in the causes that you may care about, right? And that I'm totally cause agnostic, so I don't care what you care about, but just do something. Sometimes we also get paralyzed thinking, oh my God, which one is the organization that has the best impact? Where can I put my money and have the best impact? Like, let's stop thinking like that and just start mobilizing. If your cause is early childhood education, if your cause is access to health, if your cause is food insecurity, just do your research, find what is local in your in your neighborhood, in your city, in your state, and get proximate to them and get to know the leaders. And even if you're thinking, well, what can my donation do? Get a group of friends and do it together.
Yes, love the power of working together to increase one's impact. Dan, I want to ask you, because the thrash metal life has got to be very different from the master watchmaker life. So what's the best money decision you ever made?
Probably what I was speaking about a little earlier is investing in my own equipment that started while I was working in Switzerland, to find these old machines and then have them restored to be able to then later on make my own timepiece. Because it takes 10 to 15 years, even in Switzerland, to find one at a time. These the most precise machines in the world, lathes and all these machines I have here. Some of them are from the Patek Philippe factory. When they switch over to modern CNC for more mass production. And the greatest watches that were ever made were, the 40s to the end of the 60s. And these machines that I have here, were the machines making those watches. I mean, just one of these little lathes here to buy a brand new one would be, maybe $300,000. And you need a lot of machines. So they're just as accurate now because they are Swiss made. Even back then, they were made to last for centuries, as the new ones are today. In fact, they're made a lot better. That's where my investments for myself and my second career was money well spent.
Investing in yourself is a powerful one. Sara, yes. How about you? Best money decision?
Best money decision. Best money decision is the money that I spend in experience. Especially with my children. I have 3 adult children, and I feel that those trips that I take one-on-one with them, or those times that we go and have a good meal, that is the best money decision spent.
I love it. Well, thank you, Sara. Thank you, Dan, for coming in to celebrate with us today. So good to see you always. I hope to have you on in the next iteration of Inspired Money. Would love to have you share your insights and your knowledge once again. But thank you for sharing today.
Thank you so much.
To keep it in such a short window.
Congratulations.
You guys are dropping the knowledge bombs. Thank you.
Congratulations, Sandy. Bye.
So we have Rich Carey coming in. We have Scott, the band man, Fifer. Scott, that was it, right? The band man?
The one-man band man, yes, from P90X, my claim to fame.
Yeah, it's the claim to fame, but I would say that you have made an even bigger impact with Go Campaign. So welcome back. So good to see you again.
Thank you. And I think I wasn't supposed to join for another 5 minutes, but I was so excited by what Sara was saying about community-based organizations. And it just, I was like, I have to join this now, because she was singing my song there.
Yeah, well, go for it. Yeah. So what are your thoughts there on making that community impact?
Well, yeah, I mean, for me, that's the greatest thing you can do with your money for so many reasons. And as Sara was saying, there are just an incredible amount of good people out there in the world, doing things for others and making the world a better place, and making the next generation, in particular, the children of today, giving them the opportunities they need to make the world a better place. And there can be no better investment of your funds if you care about your own children, your grandchildren, and just the world in general. I mean, you don't have to go through these big organizations. You can really feel connected to your money, your contribution, because it should be a two-way street, right? You can make the world a better place, but also enrich yourself. And we've been talking about investing in yourself this morning a lot. And by giving to others, by sharing your resources strategically and doing it with people on the ground in these community-based organizations, whether that means your neighbor here or a small village in Africa or Asia, that extends your own life. And that extends your own, you get rewards from that just in multiples. And so it's a win-win for everybody.
Rich, what are your thoughts as a retiree, as a real estate investor? How does this giving back and community involvement, is that important in your life?
Yeah, it's extremely important to me. First of all, am I cool on audio? Everything working good? All right. Yep. It's my first time speaking.
Loud and clear.
Yeah, good. Yep.
Look at the studio too.
Yeah, it was goofy earlier. I had to go in and change some settings. I was all squished or something.
You look
anyway.
like $1 million.
Thank you. For me, I feel like that a lot of people want to be able to contribute in their communities, and it certainly is easier, if you've planned and set up your life in such a way that maybe you have the excess funds is one thing, and also excess time. And so, being able to get involved in things that you find important, being able to help those that you care about, being able to contribute your time to a need in your community is certainly a blessing.
Scott, I feel like when it comes to personal finances, everybody gets so busy, right? Just in our day-to-day things that we're doing. It's checking things off of our to-do list, and oftentimes that comes at the sacrifice of proper financial planning or paying attention to our finances. Is it similar to trying to give back to your community? Like if you're too focused on checking off the boxes off your shopping list today, are you not paying attention to what your community needs and how you can actually make a difference?
Well, hopefully, especially in today's world where things are kind of volatile, people, we really need that connection, and that community connection is probably more important now than ever. And so, yes, it's very easy to get caught up in your own to-do lists and checklists and put giving back at the bottom. And when really it should be something that should be, if you want the richest and fullest life possible, I'd argue that it should be at the top, because it's going to you are giving back to yourself. It makes your life just immeasurably richer. And if you can make it a point, make it a habit to incorporate in your life how you're going to give back, the legacy that you want to leave. What do you want to be remembered for? How do you want to leave this world for your children? Do you want to die the richest man in the graveyard, or do you want to die having left some impact in on your family and your community? And so if people could bring that to the top of their to-do list, they would find that everything on the rest of the things on the to list will probably end up better and bigger, and it'll only reflect more positively on all those other things that you want to do.
Dr. Martha Menard, welcome back on Inspired Money. As a behavioral scientist, how can we make better decisions so that we can make more and give more?
Well, it's interesting that you mentioned that. I do write a personal finance free newsletter on Substack, and then a paid one that's more focused on investing. And today the topic that I was writing about was that sometimes the best thing to do is the hardest thing to do, which is nothing. Sit on your hands. Sometimes we're very tempted, especially times are volatile right now, as the previous speaker mentioned, and it can be very tempting to do something when a lot of times, particularly when it comes to investing, I'm a big believer in having an investment policy statement. And I was just writing about that today, that you can use as, both sort of guardrails and emotional support for yourself. When you are tempted to, make a decision out of panic or fear, you can remind yourself, this is why I'm investing. I'm in it for the long haul. And, what's down today could very well be up again next week, next month, next year.
Aubrey DeGray, welcome to Inspired Money. Last time I saw you, you were encountering technical difficulties. I'm hoping everything's running smoothly today.
I think it is. I can certainly hear all of you. If you can hear me, then
clear. Everything's working. So Aubrey is a biomedical gerontologist, and maybe you can talk a little bit about longevity. If people are going to live to 100 and beyond, what non-financial investment like health or relationships really becomes important?
I can talk about longevity all day long, that's for sure. Well, I mean, non-financial investment is your question. So I think perhaps the best way to answer the question may be what non-financial investments will change in how important they are relative to how most people think about them today. One thing that I have certainly encountered a lot over the years when I talk to people about longevity is that they care about other people much less than you might hope. Even their loved ones. People will say they're not very interested in this longevity business because the technical breakthroughs that will be required won't happen in time for them. And I say, well, what about your kids? Last I checked, it was supposed to be fairly fashionable to care about one's kids, and it doesn't work. It's crazy. So of course it goes further than that. I mean, I often get asked, what motivates me, what drives me, and most people will think that it is, the prospect of improving my chances to make the cut, to make it to what I've called longevity escape velocity, or at least, for my loved ones to do so. But actually, no, it's not that at all. And the reason it's not that is just mathematical. That, even in my most conceited moments, I do not think that I am going to be hastening the medical defeat of aging by more than, let's say, 10 years by my work. And so that will change my probability of making the cut by, maybe 10% if I'm lucky. But if I think the way I actually think, which is in humanitarian terms, then it's not like that at all. You know, it's like every single day that I bring forward the defeat of aging, I am saving 110,000 lives. That's how many people die worldwide from health problems of late life. You know, and that's rather easy to get out of bed for. So, you know, I think the kind of non-financial investments that I would tend to talk about and focus on are those kinds of things. Thinking about the future of humanity, and in particular about the future of everyone who has the misfortune to be alive today, and therefore who has this, you know, medical problem called aging.
Rich, the longer we live, how should we think, or how should we rethink retirement?
I'm glad you asked me that question, because I'm sitting here, you know, thinking about this issue of longevity, and of course I consider health and all that, how important health is going to be at that point. You know, it's something that money can't really help with. But for me, you know, you may or may not ask this question later, but I think you've been asking people, like, what's the most important money decision you ever made? And to me, it would be that it wasn't quite early enough or as much as it should have been, but putting in like max IRA since I was, you know, 25 years old, and doing that relatively early in my military career, their version of a 401k, the TSP, maxing it out. Why I bring those two things up is because it's interesting to see the scale of what that means when you start at 20-something years old, and then you're talking about living to 100 or 110 or 120, when you're thinking about the compound interest. Because when I started investing, I invested $4,000, and it was around the year 2000, and the money, you know, there were a lot of problems, right? .com bust, I lost $2,000. But when you double your money, you know, and it's 2,000, that's no big deal. At the end of my military career, over the next couple of years, money doubled again. But at that point, we were at 7 figures. And so I think that, you know, imagine what that means at 80 or at 90 or at 100. If that money's there, if you've had the power of compound interest and you've been invested in a diversified way, I just feel like it's something new we need to look at, how important that would be at that point.
Martha, what are your thoughts?
I've been a hospice volunteer in the past, and I can tell you that I never heard any of my hospice patients say, you know, I wish I'd worked longer or harder. It really is all about the quality of relationships. And I think I'm with Morgan Housel when he says that, you know, the best use of money is that it gives you options. It allows you to do what you want, when you want, with who you want, for as long as you want. And I'm a big fan of quality over quantity. I'm way more concerned with my health span. Would I like to live to 100? Sure, but only if I have really great quality of life.
It's a great point. Yes, we want to live longer, but we also want to live with a certain quality.
If I could say something about that for a moment. So, of course, there is an enormous emphasis on quality of life, and so there should be. But there is a misconception that's very widespread in society that there's some kind of trade-off between quality and quantity when we talk about the kinds of interventions against aging that people like myself work on. And that's a really huge misconception. It's a justifiable one because it arises from the situation that exists today where, you know, a lot of the things people like to do are bad for them. And therefore there is a genuine, you know, trade-off. But in the future that we're talking about, quality is what is going to confer quantity. I don't work on longevity. I work on health. Longevity is a side effect of health. That's a really important thing. If I could say one thing about remarks that Rick made, and this is another slightly mathematical thing, but it's very important to get it across. Pretty much everybody who looks at the future of longevity and the consequences for pensions or insurance or whatever, they think in terms of trends, and the smarter people think in terms of trends that are not linear, and talk about, the importance of thinking about compound interest and all of that. But one thing that I've been trying with very little success to get across to that constituency, those people in those industries for many years, is that it's not going to be like that. The way in which we're going to bring aging under medical control will be by reversing aging, not by slowing it down. In other words, by genuinely developing damage repair treatments that are rejuvenating, which means that there will be a very sharp cusp. Some people will just make the cut and some people will not. So that means that the probability distribution of how long people of a given age today are going to live is not a bell curve. It's actually bimodal. It means it's essentially, are you going to make the cut or aren't you? If you don't, you're going to live a few years longer than your parents did. And if you do, there is no number we can put on how long you're going to live. So, it is just dumb, in my view, to think that one's likely to live to 150. That is the least likely age that one is going to live to, because anyone who lives to 150 is virtually certain to live to 250 and 350. And once society starts to understand that, it's going to have an enormous impact on insurance and pensions and inheritance arrangements and everything, because it's going to be sudden. What's going to happen is that, these industries do not revolve around statistics. They do not revolve around how long people have already lived or what has happened to life expectancy so far. These industries revolve around how long people expect they're going to live. And that comes from, information that they receive about medicines that either exist already or are about to exist in the foreseeable future, that we're in striking distance of. So that change is going to happen almost overnight. We're going to go from everybody thinking that they're going to live only a few years longer than their parents did to most people, at least most people who are old enough to have insurance arrangements, thinking that they're going to live, vastly longer. And the insurance industry and the pensions industry and so on are just not ready for that. It's going to be seismic, and it's going to be very sudden. And I just wish that I could get people in those industries to take that seriously.
Yes, actuary world will be turned upside down. Scott, whether we make the cut or not, what makes a meaningful legacy?
Well, there's a beautiful irony here that we're talking about, and because research, as I'm sure Aubrey knows and would agree, that research shows that the people most likely to live long are the ones who are least focused on their own survival. People who are involved in philanthropy, people who are involved in volunteering, people who have that social and that giving back, they live longer. So generosity turns out to be a longevity strategy. 1,000-year life with no purpose, that's a very long Tuesday right there. So I think finding your purpose in life and being able to make that one of your pillars, and as I said before, like bringing it to the top of your to-do list, and making the world a better place for your neighbor, whether that neighbor's here or across the world. You're going to live longer, and you're going to have more impact, and the reward that you're going to get on your investment is so much greater than any other typical financial investment.
Aubrey, does that generosity having a positive impact on lifespan, does that align with your research?
Oh, certainly. Not my research necessarily, but with the community's research. I certainly agree with that. It does help to avoid extreme sports. People ask me, what do I do differently than I did before I got into gerontology? Because I was originally a computer scientist. And one of the things I say is I do not accept seminar invitations to dangerous countries. avoiding dying abruptly is the first step. But absolutely, everything that that minimizes stress is good for longevity. So we understand why. Stress involves hormones that get around the body and accelerate things that are bad for you. And how you reduce your stress is a very personal thing. But certainly having a purpose in life is a big deal. A large part of why I don't feel that I have a stressful life, even though I have a pretty intense life, is absolutely because I have a purpose in life, namely to bring the world's biggest problem under control. But yeah, whether it's yoga, whether it's meditation, it all works.
I need to do more yoga. That will be my takeaway from this segment. Martha,
massage therapy.
What's the best money decision you've ever made?
I would have to say teaching myself how to invest for myself and becoming a do-it-yourself investor, even though I got a relatively late start. I started in my 40s. Do I wish I had started in my 20s? Yes, but I'm glad I started when I did.
It's never too late. How about you, Scott? Best money decision?
Oh, giving it away, not caring so much about it. By far, that was the higher yield investment for me.
And you found it to be enriching?
Yeah, it completely changed my life. Yeah.
I guess I get two answers. One was the same as Scott's. So my mother died in 2011 and left me plenty of money, and I only had one thing that's expensive that I wanted, which was a nice house, which only cost me 1/10 of the money I inherited, and I donated almost all the rest to my foundation, which was able to double the budget of that foundation and the research that got done for the next 5 years. And, I feel very happy about that. Not only that was it a case of leading by example, but also, a lot got done. The other one, though, is perhaps a little more interesting. I take risks. I tend to work on a pretty short runway. When donations are made to my foundation, I really definitely have a big list of things to spend the money on. And I always feel that it's better to spend it rather than to build up some kind of war chest. And that seems to be something that my donors agree with, but it's something that, a lot of other people would disagree with.
Aubrey, any comment on how to manage risk in one's life? Because you had mentioned previously, reducing stress has a very positive benefit. But there's also a benefit to taking risk, right? Especially when trying to achieve something.
So 20 years ago, I wrote a general audience book, and the result was that Stephen Colbert had me on his show. And he said, well, if we don't have aging anymore, won't this kill people's ability to take risk? Because you're not going to want to cross the street because you can't cure being hit by a bus. That's what he said. And I said, oh, don't worry, because your grandmother will be able to help you across the street because she's still going to be healthy. And I actually got Colbert to laugh on screen. I think I'm still the only scientist who's ever succeeded in doing that. But yeah, I'm not being entirely frivolous here. I think the attitude to risk has to be rational, has to be quantitative. I stopped flying to the entire Middle East a year ago. Because I just kind of don't want to be there at the wrong time, right? But other types of risk, are kind of less tangible, I guess, is the point. I feel that if one is living a risk-free life, then one has more headspace to think about the things that are one's purpose in life, and so it's all linked together.
Rich, I think you answered the question about best money decision.
How
about biggest money mistake?
Well, and again, it just goes to something simple that I love to talk about a lot. And obviously I've made the mistake myself, but I think fads, right? Following fads. And I did a kind of an interesting fad in my career. It didn't end up being catastrophic, but it could have been. And it was something called flipping new construction. You've heard of flipping houses. Well, when the market is skyrocketing, people would buy new construction and then wait until it was finished. And then they never actually lived there because they were able to sell it for 100 or 200,000 more. I was doing this in DC. Except I waited too long. I waited until I'd seen enough other people make a lot of money. By the time I did it, the party was over, in 2007. But fads, and I mean, I tend to steer away from fads now. I'm not much of a crypto person or other things like that I consider fads. That'd be my mistake.
How about you, Scott? Any money mistake worth sharing?
Oh, probably investing without doing proper research, just investing in something because a friend is involved or something that, emotional appeal and not really vetting. And so, I've been able to take that and use that in my work running this Go campaign to make investments in local heroes around the world. The vetting process is really important because I want to make sure that people's donations have the greatest impact and that lives are changed because of it. So I think, making sure that you do the proper research before you make a investment decision, whether that's investing philanthropically or investing traditionally.
Well, thank you, Scott. Thank you, Rich. Thank you, Aubrey. Thank you, Martha, for all coming back. So good to see you. I want to thank you for being part of this celebration. And I hope that you will join us again as we plot our next 100 episodes coming up the next couple of years. So thank you to all of you.
Congratulations.
Bye for now.
Impressive feat. Thanks.
And appreciate the wonderful discussion and got me thinking about longevity. And I hope that I make the cut. We will see what happens. we could all hope to make the cut. Welcome, Tamara Warren. Tamara, did I say it correctly?
You did. Great to be with you.
Welcome back. It's so good to see you again.
It's great to see you. Thanks for having me.
And I see Carina Popovici is coming in. Carina, you found a quiet place? I can't hear her. She might be frozen. She told me that she was traveling today and was going to try to find a quiet place in the airport. We will see. If she's frozen, maybe it's too quiet because her internet.
Tamara,
there you are.
Hear me?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Can you say something? Because I'm not sure if I hear anything.
Well, maybe you cannot hear us. Can you hear me? Testing 1 2 3. Testing 1 2 3. Uh-oh. She cannot hear us, but we can hear her. That'll make for an interesting next 10 minutes. So we'll see how it's going. Tamara, what's new with you? What have you been working on since we last saw each other?
So many things. I mean, I think I'm a creative at heart, but I'm also, I have a background in journalism and then trying to think about my experience leading a small company into the future. I am working on, we're relaunching La Car 2.0 later this spring. So I've been busy with that, really thinking about supporting people's car buying decisions in the future with thoughtful information that's tailored to their personal wants and needs. So that's project number 1. And then I'm also finishing up a book right now too. So lots of stuff going on.
Very exciting. As technology transforms our lives, and AI has been front and center recently, potentially impacting people's future jobs and their occupation. Curious, what's one human element of value that technology can never replace?
I think there are many human elements of value, Andy. I think where I start with this issue is really thinking about frameworks of technology. And what I mean by that is that we have so much historical precedent to understand how to navigate new technology. And that's by really recognizing and understanding where intellectual property starts and ends. So we can see all kinds of elements today where maybe technology is not always supportive of those intellectual property rights, and other places where it is. And so if we value, for example, a creative's input, their original work, a photographer's work, and we understand that there's ownership there, then as we move forward and start to understand how our minds work and the critical thinking skills that we'll use with new technology that we don't even really maybe have access to yet, we'll start to understand where we enter the space where we're relevant, the places where we may need to let go, and the places that create new advancement for new ways of being creative. So I always am a cautious optimist. I think, you know, there's a lot of legal precedents being set, you know, example like the New York Times versus OpenAI, like New York Times suing OpenAI, really thinking about intellectual property there, what a publisher owns, and how we mine and use other people's information going forward. Those are, I think, the issues. In terms of the machines doing the thinking, I think we're understanding, we're already using minor ways of doing that all the time. I mean, every time we use spell check, we're giving something away to a machine. I mean, thinking about the people of spelling bees 50 years ago, what they would think in this category. So well, those are opener thoughts.
Yeah, adaptability is something that we all need to embrace. Carina, can you hear us now?
I can hear you now. I'm really sorry about all this. I'm on the airport, you know, so hi from the Brussels airport. I tried to find like a, you know, a quiet corner, but it's like super loud here. It's like the loudest airport that you can ever be on. So I'm really sorry about that. I missed the beginning of the conversation, I guess.
It's all good. And I think technology is filtering out some of the background noise. So you sound great.
Perfect.
Yeah, share with us. I mean, your work is at the cutting edge of using technology to verify art authenticity. Talk about, you know, what will define value in the future.
Yeah. So I think that one key element in all this is really to remember that it's not just about the technology, but it's the combination, you know, of human and the technology that will define the future. You know, because technology is useful to, I mean, to add a layer of objectivity for sure, to add more trust into the processes. But I mean, technology is developed by humans, and humans are also interpreting it, you know, like there are patterns, there is certain useful input that we have from the technology, but it's, you know, it's going to advance as being driven by the developers, right? So, and especially in the context of art, I mean, there is so much that comes, you know, outside of the technology itself. Like the AI cannot, you know, understand things like cultural identity or emotions or identifying yourself, you know, with the cultural heritage. So all of this can really be only very intrinsically human. So, I mean, for me, the way I see the technology is really as a tool, and it has to remain a tool in the hands of the people that develop and interpret it.
Tamara, how important is it that we embrace risk-taking? Is there a need to take more risk so that we can be more adaptable?
I mean, I think risk is an interesting word because, right, like risk correlates with safety. And I think safety is always important to us. But I like to think about adventure. I like to think about creativity. I like to think about curiosity. If AI is based on recognizing and synthesizing large quantity of data and patterns, it's all about breaking the patterns, right? And great art, great ideas, that's like historically been what has innovated in our society. So I think it's always challenging yourself to understand and recognize patterns when we're falling back on them and maybe not pushing ourselves to move forward. but then also understanding what's at stake when we open up and move in a way that we don't think about what we're risking and how we're risking it and who we're harming.
I love that. I love that. Carina, what's the biggest money decision you ever made?
Oh, that's very easy to answer. The biggest money decision that I ever made is creating a startup. You know, back in 2019, when we started Art Recognition, I had put like all my savings, you know, into this project. I still haven't gotten the return on it, so I'm waiting for that to happen. But I mean, it was really because you've been just talking about risk. I guess it was like the riskiest decision in my entire life. But also the most, you know, satisfying and fulfilling. Like, I've created a company 7 years ago. 10 years ago, that would have been like completely impossible to even imagine. So yeah, I mean, this was the biggest decision, and I don't regret it. You know, it's like the best thing that I've ever done.
Amazing. Tamara, your biggest or your best money decision?
You know, I think it's following my mind and not being practical, but really pursuing what drives me, what I'm curious about, and always kind of trusting my gut. Because if I'm curious, all the other stuff eventually follows. It's the stagnant part of life that I think can often harm us the most. So, yeah.
Well, thank you, Tamara. Thank you, Carina, for joining us from the airport. I wish you safe travels. Thank you both
Thank
so
you
much.
very much, and congrats on this edition.
Yes.
Thank you for being a guest. Thank you for joining today and just being part of this Inspired Money adventure. It has been a wild ride, and this has been an incredible celebration. If you told me a year ago that I would attempt to do a 4-hour live stream, I would tell you that you're insane. Now that we're just at the end here, I look back and say that I should have eaten breakfast and probably should have drank more water before I started. But hindsight's 2020. If I do it again, I'll try to have breakfast and water at the ready. I think over the last 4 hours, we heard stories, lessons, and insights from 50 guests who really helped make the first 100 episodes of Inspired Money live such a meaningful journey. To everyone who joined us and to all 300 plus guests who have appeared on the series, thank you for sharing your knowledge, your experience, and your generosity. And of course, thank you to everyone watching and listening. This community is the reason the show exists, but this is not the end. It's actually the beginning of the next chapter of Inspired Money. Starting next week, we're launching a new format for the live stream podcast. Each episode will include 3 acts. Act 1 will focus on what's happening now, breaking down important news, trends, and events shaping money and investing. Act 2 will go deeper into that topic with expert guests. And Act 3 will feature an author conversation about a new book and the ideas behind it. And of course, this is all an experiment. So we will test it and iterate and see how the new format works. It's going to be a lot of fun. Next week, we'll kick off the show, this new format of the show, discussing the Fed, interest rates, and what they mean for investors right now. And we will wrap up with an author conversation about a book so that together we can get book ideas and learn how to continue expanding our mind and our learnings. We've got a lot of surprises ahead, and I'm excited to continue the journey with all of you. If you have not already hit subscribe now, follow the channel, stay tuned. The next chapter of Inspired Money starts now. And just one last shout out before we part ways and before I go get a drink and some lunch. A shout out to Bradley John Eaglefeather, who is a producer of the podcast. He's behind the scenes. He has been behind the scenes over the last 4+ hours. And also Chad Lawrence, who does a lot of our graphics and design. I look forward to seeing you all next week. Until then, do something that scares you, because that's where the magic happens. I'll see you soon.